Something just went wrong. Love that for me. But is YouTube live? It says live. So I'm pretty sure it's live. It's just not doing the thing. Cool. Love that for me. Cool, cool, cool. Is everyone else's YouTube chat not working? Or is that just literally just me? Give me a second. We're getting videos done anyways, by the way, for Classic and Skillus. No, my YouTube chat works fine over on this screen. Right, let me just restart the browser. Restart the browser. Try this again. Oh, it's locked me out. That's fun. What the hell are you doing? Oh my goodness. Hey, it works. Hello, YouTube. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. We're going to go into Fear and Faith for map number 1, which I believe is one of the maps we only saw like once yesterday, I think. Now, today's map pools were predetermined before the, the 5 maps that each player picks from was predetermined before we actually had the, it was predetermined before we had yesterday's games played. So while some of the games have obviously been played less, we might still see those maps not be played as much over the course of this, simply for the fact that, like I say, that was like yesterday's kind of dealio. So, because I just don't have a chance to like force the less popular maps in. After today, tomorrow's games, we'll start seeing some of the less popular maps being forced into the series a bit more, because the map pools will be made up of all the unpopular maps, basically. So we'll hopefully start to see some of these maps a little more. And of course, if it gets to playoffs next week and some of the maps are still underrepresented, we start forcing it as game 1 of the series as well. So, Jen, what's going on? Oh my god. Do I see this? I see you guys now, YouTube. Thank you so much for putting up with me and help me out and give me a moment. Appreciate it. Plaza just needs a second. No worries. We're chilling. We're just hanging out over here. Don't mind us. Cool, so we're just waiting for Classic and we'll kick off into this PvP, guys. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? How are you doing? Appreciate you all. YouTube said scheduled so you came to Twitch. Yeah, I was just still putting it live. I took a moment. Took a moment, but all good. Alright, don't forget, crack open your monsters. It is a sponsored obligation for you guys watching to also crack open your monster and celebrate the StarCraft with energy. Oh, it's lovely. Freaking love Aussie lemonade. Oh, great flavor. Cool. We're literally just waiting for Skillus and Classic to get going. The admin, it was just because I mean, honestly, it was fine. I just forgot to put YouTube live. I've been a bit distracted because I've been playing RuneScape. I'm addicted. So I've been a bit distracted, and I was like, yeah, I was a little bit late putting the YouTube live. But, like, then the chat didn't work. Like, I can't expect the chat not to work, you know? Yeah. GLHF from both players. Let's get this ready. So go. Let's get started, guys. 10 best of 3s coming up once again, just as yesterday was. Let's get this party starting. Let's get this party started. All right, let's dive into it, guys. Took us a second or two to just get loaded, but we are going. Just double checking everything is good. Well, let's kick off into the bottom right corner of the map with our yellow Protoss play over here. This is going to be classic. And in the top left-hand side, our top right-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Skillus. Playing on Fear and Faith, one of the 4-player maps to start us off here. Let's get the Observer stealing going on. And see what we've got in store for us in terms of a little bit of PvP. Alright, Proby coming around, Nexus and the couple of gateways coming about as well, as we just take a few moments to get things set up. And we just take a couple moments to get moving and see where things will go. And see if anything particularly exciting might happen. Over these next few moments. So we just get set up, get moving along. Next, in a couple of gateways continue to come about. Cybercore coming through as well. Let's just bring that over. Again, next is Cybercore. Simulating the pylon continue to come about here. So maybe seeing the probe chasing the other probe around for the next few moments. Again, next is coming about. Cybercore coming into play. Bring a lot of this up and rolling for a couple of moments and just trying to see what exactly is going on these next couple of seconds here, so we get this all set up and wait to see where exactly we're going to go. Just going to be having these little tubes. I love it. We're getting to see the worker tube. Da, 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 walking along in my tube. That's what this worker's singing, I think. That definitely wasn't me. That was the worker. I promise you guys. I promise you guys. Alright, Warp Gate coming up and getting settled down. I was going to be seeing the Stalker, Warp Gate, the Stargate all building into place. So we get set up here. The few probes are going to come over and just going to go nibbling at the Adept for a couple of seconds. So we actually put on a little bit of damage already. Get some work done here. And see what else we can do for the next few moments. So putting the pressure on, getting some action going. We are going to be seeing 6 workers going down. So not exactly ideal for Skillus straight away. Things getting a little miserable early as he takes a whole bunch of damage here in these early stages, so really not an ideal scenario there at all. And yeah, we will see what the next stage of this brings us to as we continue over. Just going to be seeing the few probes still coming about, the Oracle, the Gateway, Warp Gate, and the Battery continue to travel through as well. So again, we get this on the way for the moment and settle into this game. The Oracle is going to come flying in for a probe or so, and a few Stalkers just going to be here to try and set themselves up for a little bit as well. And as we get set to keep on fighting, there's going to be seeing that blink coming through that Warp Gate. Also, just again, still building here for a little bit right now. Getting this on the way. Just going to be seeing the couple of Oracles activating, a couple of these probes taking some damage, so a few shots coming through. 6 workers or so going down right there. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of Units continue to gather about, so we sit tight for a little bit and continue onwards for these next couple of moments. The Oracles continue to just beat up on Skillus, basically. So Skillus not having a good time. Definitely a classic kind of opening so far. Has been a very strong classic opening. He's been able to get all the things going initially. So we've seen the Nexus coming through. The Gateway and the Blink continue to come about as well. So we bring that up and online. And we get this on the way. Again, that new maps mean we get to look at the new decoration as well, so we come around a little bit of a peek. I always love watching the other people's cameras and seeing them all kind of investigating these new maps and investigating all the new stuff, and also just taking their chance to kind of see what's going on and everything. So, yeah, very cool as we continue about here. Again, Blink coming up. Having these Stalkers and the Oracles gathering, obviously Classic haven't done so much damage throughout this. He's just going to get ready to attack. He's already taken that third base. Seeing him and Skillus both taking kind of expands in a similar direction there initially. A few Stalkers coming through, and we are just going to keep this fight going. So Stalkers in the center, he's taking some damage. A few shots continue to come about there just for the moment. A few bits of damage coming in. I mean, we're just going to fall back for a second or two, but not looking ideal. Stalker's going to try and shoot. Finally coming up, just going to be seeing the battery again depowered. The rest of the Stalker's going to be there, just going to be having the other Stalkers coming back over and just pulling back in this direction as well. So again, we just keep the pressure up, why the heck not, and this continues to make it a very difficult scenario here on the side of Skillus. Love that from Rex as well. Look at him just zooming in on the sponsor logos. Look at him doing the streamer thing. God, Shopify Rebellion joining us for this TLMC. It's great to have them, of course. I'll have one of the Shopify Rebellion players playing today. Two players, of course. We had one yesterday. How did I not mention Beyond Shopify Rebellion yesterday? I don't know. That one apparently just completely slipped my mind. As we get ready to rumble here and look to see what is going to be happening for the next couple of seconds. Just going to see the charge and the +1 attack on the way through. The Immortal coming up as well, so we get all of that coming through for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing a couple of Oracles. Going to be continuing by into play for a couple moments and get this set up and ready to resume. Big push with the charge available as well is going to make this quite difficult to do much else about. So yeah, that's going to be kind of tough for Skillus, I think, with the charge lots and the number of units here. There's definitely a little bit of a problem going on. The supply is obviously just not good. His setup definitely struggling at the moment here. Gonna be having the yep, the signs also have the logos on, guys. It's a good thing we got going on here. All the technology available in SC2 is being put together for this one. We've seen the +2 and the prisoners continue up. Let's continue to kind of move on in and get a little bit more work done. So we continue to get some action going for a couple of seconds here and try and find a little more action. Just going to be seeing this push forward. I honestly think is already looking to be probably good enough in the grand scheme of things from Classic. Again, that damage done early really set the tone, and that's going to be probably too much as the Immortals are going to go down. The Zealots are still leading the charge, and it does seem as though this will probably be about it on this one. We're just going to have ourselves a GG, and that is going to take us the victory for Classic. So Classic gets the opening game of the day, guys. We'll head into map 2 in a second. We'll just run the first round of ads just to give us a little bit of leeway on the ad timing and stuff, guys. So we'll just set that up. But our second map here is going to be... It's going to be Storm Surge. Brilliant. Let me get Storm Surge hosted up then. Where is it at? This one here. Beautiful. Drop this lobby link down, and we'll be off into this in just a sec, guys. Into some more games. Again, 10 best of 3s today. This is just our opening little teaser of it all. And again, thank you for a bit of patience every now and again as well. I'm going to have my work cut out for me, I think, doing some admin stuff here and there. So again, just with the new maps, especially while we have 2 matches going at a time, it can just take a little bit of time to get everything set up and everything. So yeah, just you guys know that's every now and again I might just be a little distracted on that. Cool. Classic Skillus. We've got 7 casted today, is that correct? I think so. I think 7 is good for the moment. Alright. Perfect. If the players are ready, we can get this underway. And get this ready to start off. And let's get into game number 2. Classic with a 1-0 lead here to begin things as we get this all settled into action. Let's get this going. Storm Surge coming up. This one's the mountain one with the water through the middle. And like I said, guys, you're going to see some of the maps a couple of times today that you've already seen, and hopefully we do see the ones we haven't seen yet already, is my hope. But like I say, there's no forcing of maps, and I preset the map pools for the first couple of groups ahead of time. So like I say, there's no kind of time for me to kind of come away and to rethink things or rehash things necessarily. So a little bit of a factor as well, just in terms of how things might go over the course of this. Classic in the top right does hold the 1-0 lead in this BO3, and he is going to have that advantage, and we'll see if he can take this advantage and make something with it as we get into game number 2. Skillus in the bottom left-hand side is our red Protoss player. A lot of liquid, of course. Get this on the way. Alrighty then, game number 2 starting up. Take a little wander through the water over here as well, of course. Going to be... I really wonder... I mean, water effects used to be such a no-go in maps, because every time there was a water effect, even if the map made it through to ladder, the water effect always got removed. I think rain is one of the worst things for it. Performance issues on PCs. Obviously, StarCraft has to meet like a lot of specifications that kind of work across multiple different... you know, it has to be a lot of minimum specifications, and if the ladder maps do not perform well, then you kind of have an issue, right? So it was always a thing that kind of rainy maps used to never really be kind of... It's not that they weren't allowed, it was just that a lot of the time if you made a rainy map, you were under the assumption that, like, it's very high chance the rain gets removed at the very least. So it's kind of wild seeing so many maps now, especially in this event, where there's so much water on them and so many of these effects, which in the past were definitely way less of a thing. So yeah. Kind of a funky one, as you do see. Cybercores, the gateway is coming up. Pylon continue to come through for a couple of moments as well. It's just bringing all of that online for a couple seconds. This probe continues to go across the map also for a few moments, and a couple of Adepts, a couple of Stalkers. The Warp Gate will continue into play for the moment. So we just bring a lot of that through for this next little bit of time. So here we get a lot of that set up. Trying to see what we want to do here. The couple of Depths in that Warp Gate all continue along. The Stargate coming through, the Probe coming up as well. So again, we bring a lot of that into play already. Let's get this straight into action. Stalker coming across the map too, also looking to see a little bit of what's going on potentially. Trying to see if we can get some... poking. The Adepts go from Skillus toward the upper right-hand side. Probe facility about to be done from Classic. Skillus has the proxy Stargates, that Oracle on the way early. And I'm going to be trying to get some work done with this in the next couple of moments, see if we can see some success or not. Try and get that underway in his favor. Just going to be seeing a couple Stalkers continue to move up here. A couple Sentries are warping in as well, so continue to bring those online for the next few moments. Again, the Prism, the Sentries, the Gateway, all producing through. Looking very reasonable for the moment. Just going to see the Oracle shows up. Is he able to nab a probe as well? It's just going to take that straight away here. Take what we can in these scenarios. It's going to be having the Robo Facility, the probe, and company continue to come up as well. Just getting this all underway. As we have ourselves the couple of Adepts in the corner going to get caught. Storm Surge has this big kind of dead airspace to the left of the main base of Classic, and that's where the Oracle flies in from initially. So just going to be flying in that direction to begin with, and a couple of Stalkers will come through and go back the other direction just to deal with this. A couple of probes go down though, so Skillus able to do a decent job of getting in for some damage, but obviously Classic is coming. He's been set up on a pretty aggressive setup here, as you can see. He's got a bunch of units, he's got the Prism to work with as well, and he's naturally going to be getting ready to fight in these next couple of seconds. So going to be getting very aggressive here on the side of going to be getting very aggressive here on the side of Classic, and Skillus will have to get defensive and try and make sure he's able to handle this. Stalkers, Sentries, the Prism gathering about. Just going to be having ourselves the units pushing. Nice force fields to start off with. Of course, the force fields are only fairly limited, because at the end of the day, you can still lift up with the Prism of Classic. That can't really happen on the side of Skillus. So, yeah, that's an interesting one for us to watch out for as well here. He's going to see the Immortal still poking, trying to get a little extra done. A little bit more damage being dealt at the moment. X coming down on the natural expansion. Classic just going to expand behind this, already very happy that he's probably going to have himself at the very least a, at the very least a setup here which is fairly comfortable for him, right? You've got a good contain. It's going to take a while for Skillus to break out of this, especially because he opened Stargate, so his own Prism and Immortal count is kind of a little later to get going. So that's definitely a factor too. Just going to have our couple units starting to fight here, starting to scrap a little bit again. I mean, Classic's just going to hold this low ground as long as possible. He's going to force Skillus to get, make an answer to this, basically. Once Skillus creates an answer to this, then we'll be in a little bit of a better place, but until then, we've got to see what we can do. Just going to have the Stalkers coming about, trying to see what else we can get going for ourselves. Just going to be having the Immortals coming around. Again, the Nexus and the Gateway all coming through, so you bring a lot of that up. Just going to kind of gather things together at the front here. I mean, Skillus, it's kind of awkward because the easiest way out of his base is actually kind of... You see this area here, this peninsula almost of the main? Because the best way to drop out would be over here. That's so coverable by Classic, so it's actually kind of funny. You're seeing the main and natural design actually really working against Skillus, because right now, he can't really drop out of the main, which is one of the main things. He'd have to go so far away from his ramp to do so. That doesn't usually kind of happen. So it's kind of funny how the main base layout here with the natural is going to kind of be a detriment to the defender. Don't really see that kind of being that noteworthy a lot of the time. You can see our Prism coming over, the Immortal coming through as well. And obviously Classic just looking to keep the pressure up in a different way now, so going in a different direction. Same idea, just keep his opponent at home, expand, and obviously get into a comfortable position himself. Skillus is only just now expanding, so going to be a hot second until he really gets into a better place to kind of contest this or anything. Once again, that Nexus is still building. Probe on the way. Hubs on the way. Just trying to bring a couple of these bits and pieces up and running for the next few moments. Immortal's going to shove it down. A couple of these probes are going to start getting hit. The Adepts and the Sentries will also get involved in that, so a bit of damage being taken right away. Gonna see the Stalker and the Immortal gather together and again try to see what exactly they might get up to here in these next couple of moments. A bit more of a fight. Good force fields. Oh, we nearly get the Prism. It's not gonna like be game ending or anything, right, if you get the Prism, but it'd be a starting point at least to kind of, put you in a bit of a better place. I was just gonna have ourselves the Immortals, the Stalkers, the Sentry coming back down this ramp, moving along for the next couple of seconds. Fire counts on the battery continue to come into play as well. Resonating Glaives also producing through as the probes and the Gateway keep on building. Resident Glaive's on the way through. I mean, Skill's got to try and do something here. Obviously down a game in this series and not looking great in this game too. So you got to try and do something. Classic coming back over, showing us the ability to kind of move in this direction once again. So getting straight back over here, get that on the go. He's going to be having a few shots coming in about. A good force field's coming down, trapping a bunch of units as well. Stasis going to catch the Adept for a couple of seconds also. He's going to be making something with this. And I mean, force fields are basically stopping the kind of game-ending fight from truly happening, but it's still happening. You can still see that Classic is going to have plenty in comparison to Skillus, and that is hence going to be the GG's. Classic takes the 2-0. And our first matches of the day get rounded up just like that. Up next, we're going to be hopping over to Europe for some Skillus versus Clem action. Perfect. I got a hub server on my alt as well, so just give me 1 second here, guys. Get that sorted out. And get these videos going in just a few. Perfect. Need to add the players to my friends because I can't invite them. Love that for me. Cool. We're getting there, guys. Sorry. Appreciate the chaos. Let me also ping Clem. Hopefully get this started up in a couple of moments, guys. I tell you what, I'm going to just go to the break screen for a couple of seconds just to go get this started. I'll be right back with you in a sec. Hey guys, we're just missing a player, so give me a couple minutes while I continue to try and fix it. Alrighty guys, alright, Clem is logging in, guys. Clem is logging in, so we'll be good to go in just a few. Thank you for a little bit of patience. We get ready to go. Actually kick this off properly. So yeah, it'll be Clem versus Skillus coming up. We were just missing Clem, but he's here. Be ready to go in a second. Or two, or probably a couple minutes realistically, but he is on his way. On his way. Alright, so yeah, sorry guys, just stressed out. Obviously don't want to not have a player, so yeah, but we're back. We'll be ready to go in a sec. Ready to kick this off and get this going. Lovely. Yeah, thanks for the patience and holding out with me. Appreciate it. Alrighty guys, so we'll get this going in a second. Add the players. Perfect, we are on the way. Alright, a couple of videos coming straight through then, guys. Thank you for, like I say, a little bit of patience. Appreciate it. Be, hopefully a bit smoother from here on out now that we know all the players are actually here. Definitely helps. Definitely helps. First map is going to be Defenders Lab. So we saw this a couple times yesterday as well. There's definitely a couple maps that keep getting vetoed. There's one in particular that's definitely becoming the big veto map of the map pool so far, it seems. So kind of interested to see that develop. Obviously, like I say, sometimes this happens. What's fun is that some days you kind of get into the next group and it's like, well, actually, this map actually gets played a fair amount. We just didn't really see it before because, well, you know, you didn't really see it before now because it was, you know, a different set of players. They just didn't fancy it, but then they actually don't mind the next map or so. So yeah, it's a little funky for sure. As we get ready to rumble in the next couple seconds. So we'll kick this off. Just wait for everyone to join us in the lobby. And we'll kick this into some action, guys. What's up, X Zaku? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. And also thank you very much over to Wardy Dad on the 109-month resub on the Prime. Also much appreciated. Thank you so much for the massive resub. Let's get in game and start off into this one, guys. Sweet. Let's dive into it and get ready to rumble. Pitfall, and thank you so much as well for subscribing, not just for a month, but for 3 months in advance. Awesome, thank you so much. Right, we are going to dive into some TVP here, so we're going to kick this off, get this going. Be in game in just a second with you all. Let's take it. Again, thank you for a little bit of patience, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it's been a little bit hectic there, but we got there. We made it in the end. Beautiful. You love to see it. So yeah, good stuff for us. It's going to be in the top right side of the map. The blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. On the bottom left side of the map, the red Pros player is also going to be on Team Liquid, of course. This is going to be Skillus. Skillus here, getting going for game number 1 of this best of 3. Getting this underway and having a look to see just what's going to happen. In some early moments here on Defenders Live. I've been loving the tile set of this one. I know I've mentioned it probably a couple times already, but yeah, I really like the tile set of this one, and I'm excited to see how this plays out actually as we get all set up. CC of Clem chilling over here. I'm just gonna have obviously kind of an interesting match between these two. I kind of wonder who is maybe going to be able to take the favorite initially and potentially kind of get underway. Just gonna have an expansion down. Obviously, 2 teammates, 2 people who know each other, pretty well, generally speaking. So it's gonna be a factor here, as well as that Nexus comes up and gets set into action. So it's gonna have the Reaper, SCV, and the command center all built into play at the moment. So bring that through. Stalker, Nexus, and that Wolf Gate also producing for just a couple of seconds. So you have the bunker staying in place, and the probe is gonna get chased back away once more. So just gonna push that out of there. Get rid of it for the moment and clean that out as the Reaper continues to go in after the probe for a couple seconds, just trying to find a little extra in that regard. Yeah, bunker is going to be filled. Just going to be jumping in on that one nice and easy. Oh, the gathering just of these units. Obviously, the bunker is going to be a bit of an annoyance initially here for Skillus, having to actually put some real damage onto this and really put an effort into dealing with this right now. So, just trying to work through that. Yeah, what's up, Juvia? Thank you so much for the 6-year resub. The years do tend to fly. It is kind of crazy, honestly. The it is kind of crazy. Some of the resubs we get to and how quickly we seem to come about with them and everything. It's pretty nuts, honestly. Pretty nuts. Phoenix and Wolfgate coming up, by the way. A couple of probes on the way through. You can see the couple of Reapers going to get turned away there by the Stalker, so just going to get pushed out of this. The Stalker's going to turn this out for now. And yes, turn back combat shield. Continue to come through for a little bit more time. So let me bring that straight across. We're seeing a couple of maybe still making their way through, so again, stepping over for a little bit there, just gonna make some moves. But underway. Just gonna see the couple Phoenix obviously on the map. So Skillus playing the Phoenix, playing this kind of opening style, getting going with this kind of play. Something a little different from the typical expectation, perhaps, as we get this all going. Just gonna be having the Marines and Marauders coming through this, bringing those up, and just gonna have the couple Phoenix gonna get there to pick off this Reaper. So that's gonna be getting cleaned up for a couple of moments as well. So we just deal with that right away. This Bioforce is already coming across the map as well, so it's going to be marching across in these next few moments to try and put some pressure on. The Marines get underneath, just going to be chasing the Phoenix out of here, so again, pushing that back for a couple seconds. Seeing a bit of Bio showing up. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure in from Clem right now, so he's going to show up and already hitting his third base, and Skillus does not have the numbers to deal with this, so not sure if it's just the early game, which is gone so wrong for Skillus. Obviously, the Phoenix is such a fragile style a lot of the time, is usually the problem in these scenarios. You're playing such a fragile style with the Phoenix that the next thing you know, it's like, oh, well, I don't have the units, and well, that's basically game a lot of the time if you don't have the units, and in this case, this third base is already on its way down, so that's really not looking great. So we've seen his Bio still going to sit here. That Nexus does fall. It's going to get that cleaned up already. Just for the moment. Well, I don't think Clem necessarily needs to stick around right here. I think he could back it up a bit more if he wanted to. Just going to get another Phoenix or so. It's just going to be able to grab that right away and deal with this so far. Fire keeps on pushing. Zealot is going to be taking some more damage. Should be going down in the next couple of moments as well. Just handling this right away here as we do see Marine, Marauder, Medevac all continue to come through. Still here. Obviously, Clem just says, I've done enough damage here, and I can keep this going. And he's not wrong. He's absolutely correct. He can absolutely keep this going. I don't think he has any reason to kind of hold back or to slow this down right now, so yeah, he's just going to keep it going, and Skillus pretty much has no choice but to say GG in this scenario. This one ends up a little bit doomed a little bit early, and Clem is going to grab an opening game. He shows up slow, but he wastes no time in dispatching Skillus in this Game 1 victory for himself. As our second map here will be on Lockdown, so and get Lockdown hosted and ready to go as map number 2. This is up for you guys. You get this on the way. Get into our second game of this series. Yo, Ian, what's up, mate? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Campo Chess, Crixler, Sightmoth, Right Out SC2, and Erasure Owo. Thank you so very much for the generosity. Super appreciate it. And we are, in a second or two, going to be heading ourselves into this next game. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, mate. Appreciate it as always. Thanks for continuing to support. Thank you very much indeed. Ready to yell at Chef. I'm going to head off into this Game 2 of the TVP, guys. Kick this off and be underway in just a moment. Let's get going here on Lockdown. So our second map, here we go with a Clem 1-0 advantage in this series. In the bottom left side, the blue Terran player here is Team Liquid's Clem. Takes on the red Protoss. On the top right side of the map, it is Skillus. Get this up and running and see just where we're going to go over the next few moments. Can that Skillus bounce back? Here on Lockdown, this definitely feels like one of those maps that has a very good chance of just seeing a lot of play. I think this one is pretty reasonable. That's cool. I like finding the weird like objects on the map that we've just never seen on a map before. It's like, what the hell is that? Well, in this case, it's just two encased Zerg heads or something. I don't really even know. But yeah, I feel like Lockdown plays kind of a bit smaller, right? Bit of a small map, especially once the rocks go down, the middle gets opened up a little bit. The map definitely kind of decreases in size a little bit too. I'm just going to have our gateway, the rape barracks, and the gas all coming into play. The SCV production continuing also for a little bit. Getting that underway for the moment. Nexus and the gate and the assimilator all continue to produce then, so we bring a lot of that up and running. The Rex and the SCV continuing to play as well, so just a lot of this coming online for the moment as the cyber core comes up as well. Take a couple seconds still and figure out where we want to go. Just gonna have ourselves the again Nexus in the gateway, the cyber core all coming through, so you bring a lot of that into place. And just gonna have the reactor coming about as well for a couple moments too. So again, we bring a lot of that into play for the next couple moments here. It's gonna have the SCV is continuing to move by, also for a couple of seconds, and then just the Nexus about to complete. So Clem with a little bit of a scout. Skillus on the proxy though, so he is gonna put some pressure to the other side, and it is going to be that just gateway coming through here to try and allow him for some damage. So we'll have a look to see what that looks like in the very near future as well, I'm sure. Getting this all underway very shortly. Well, the couple extra gates coming through, the Stalk and the Warp Gate continue to produce. Clem is scouting about. He's obviously a little suspicious of what's going on. See if he can figure out this aggression. He's going to bunker the high ground now. First unit's already going to start showing up pretty early here, so kind of expecting that to become a problem for Skillus fairly early, I guess. I suppose we'll see how this goes as we just have Marines. Yeah, I guess Skillus is not going to be there soon enough to actually really do too much. The bunker's going to finish him with a high ground into it as well. I just don't know if Skillus does anything. Obviously, you can threaten the Shade by, but there's going to be the wall on the main. So you're going to be pretty limited in terms of success that can happen there as well. Again, a few devs, a couple of probes, a pylon, all of that coming up at the moment. Just going to see the racks and extra racks in the tech lab and just the setup for the future already establishing here from Clem as well. So continue to bring that all through into play just for the moment. And the adept count is just rising, so we're just building a lot of adepts. If this doesn't do anything, you're stuck with a bunch of units that are extremely ineffective in the future of this game. Now, the good news is there's not going to be any sort of factory unit to kind of be used against you. With a factory unit up, I actually think Clem is just in the absolute clear here and probably feeling amazing. Right now, we see those adepts going to start to make their way forward, and in they go. Just going to see the Marines are going to run up. Just going to see these adepts getting caught for a couple seconds. A little bit more damage being done there right off the bat. Marines continue to come over, and the adepts continue to be hunted. 10 SCVs going down, and that is a lag spike, hopefully. I mean, one in Europe, so it might be one of the Korean casters or so, but yeah, usually Europe is fairly well behaved. Obviously, like I say, servers and cross-server play lately has been kind of miserable, so just sucks. Can't really do much else about it, though, unfortunately. Debs get in the end. I mean, let's actually talk about this attack, though.
Game paused.
Yeah, we got someone's lagging for sure. Well, that's not even one of the cool.
Game resumed.
It's gonna be seeing those Marines hopping up into the main base. The SCVs are gonna be there. The adepts go down. 14 workers killed. So Clem takes a lot of damage, but he's gonna have a really good army following this. So I'm not even worried for Clem, I don't think, because I just don't know what Skillus does on the follow-up. Congratulations, Skillus. You made a bunch of adepts and you killed some SCVs. The worker count is good for Skillus, but does he survive against like a stim combat shield push in 60 seconds? What's he gonna have? No Twilight Council upgrade. Nothing off the Robo Bay either. it seems pretty miserable to me. I don't like it for Skillus at all. I feel like this position is rough for him at the moment, so not loving that in the slightest. The Marines continue to gather together. Prism is going to move down. We're just going to see the rest of the Marines making their way up toward the top as well. It's going to be having the... I mean, this is it. This is the push, I guess. Force field to try and buy some time. The issue is if you don't take a third base, is Clem just not going to catch right back up on economy, and we just kind of lose any advantage that we maybe originally had anyway. In which case, you know? Guess we find out in a few moments exactly how this plays out as we settle in the next couple of moments. Charge coming through, the Senate Thermal Lance, the Colossus, and everything else coming by as well. A little bit of bio here, just going to jump forward and get a bit of damage at least. Nothing super crazy. We're having these Marines continue to maneuver as well, so see them coming back around this direction also. And yeah, Charge, Thermal Lance, Colossus continue to build into play for the next few moments. Yeah, Colossus and the Thermal Lance all coming through, so bring that about. There we get this on the way. Just going to be seeing the Zealots and the Sentries coming. I mean, Skill's going to go for a big push. So he did get up to the Robo Bay. Obviously, at this point, you get some units and upgrades finished. He's just going up to 3 bases. Clem is going to probably lose this fight, but he is also across the map, ready to apply some more pressure as well himself. So he's going to be moving through shortly. 16 SCVs go down. There's the run into this natural. So this allows Clem to kind of take some of the damage that he's taken. Like, it makes this a little bit better than what it would have been otherwise, so this position definitely improves. We'll have ourselves the few Marines over here. I mean, they get rid of a bunch of probes now, they get rid of all the sentries there, but the Colossus will come in to defend. Clem's natural expansion is currently lifted in out of the scenario. Just going to be seeing the pylon coming about. Also, just going to have a +1 in the blink coming through as well. I'm just going to be having, I mean, like I say, Clem is just a 1-base Terran. I really felt like Clem was going to get more done with the bio time when the stim and the combat shield and everything finished up. Obviously not quite the case in the end. Mortal +1 blink, like I say, Skill's getting into a better spot. Now, Clem's supply is still okay, and he re-expands. He's going to not just re-expand to a natural, but he's going to re-expand to a 3rd base as well. So we get this coming right back up and online. Again, Prism coming up, +1 attack, and the blink upgrade all coming through. That Temple Archives from Skill is going to be a pretty major factor as well, giving you the ability to get some Archons and Storms and just all the good stuff kind of in play here too. Is likely going to be very important. Just kind of watching for that to also be a big deal, like I say. The Marines get through, they're going to get a little bit extra done as well as the Vikings. The medevac, and again, just everything else continue to gather together. This medevac going to go in a little bit of a boost through the top side, try and see where it can get to. Again, +1 in blink, all building up for the moment. Probe and a couple of extra gateways continue to be added on. That's going to be seen as El's going to try and charge forward here. Bio and Vikings going to be coming across. Just going to be seeing the units continue to press up for a couple of seconds. So in we go. Again, the Vikings have to step back a little bit. The Bio going to re-engage forward once again. And we are going to be seeing this army of Skillers kind of getting reduced down. Now it's just a couple of Archons. I really wish he'd just gotten a Storm first or something. Just some more proper splash damage. I think would have been much better than trying to do well, this basically, you know, like, you know, exclaim, exclaim towards what we're seeing, because I don't know if he has the power to really break through here. Now, Clem has a lot of supply in these Vikings that won't do much, and Clem is losing SCVs. Like, Skillus is making this awkward. Clem might need to lift up that orbital, by the way. If it takes a shot or so from the couple of mortars at the same time, it's going to go very low very quickly, so he has to be very careful there. Obviously, maybe he has other things on his mind, like, can I actually just deal with this army at all? I mean, I actually think, yeah, you can. I think that part's actually fine. He's a little low HP, but he's going to come out of this alive. And I think coming out of this alive is probably the most important thing right now, as the Colossus, the Immortals, and everything else just start to back off and retreat away. And just going to escape out of there for the moment. Just going to get out of that position. And on we go. Everything else gathering back through again. So again, we settled down here for a few probes, the +2 attack upgrade coming up, a couple of additional pylons coming into play as well. Colossus, Zealots, the Immortal, and again, everything gathering already. The Medivacs coming through, gonna get some damage done, gonna have to lift off and try and back away with those as well, though. So we try and just pull that back to the best of our ability. Again, a few extra Stalkers and the +2 attack upgrade continue to come by also right now, as Clem is on the other side of the map and getting rid of a few of these probes. Let's just finding a little bit more damage for himself here. And again, the Zealots will continue to gather about also. Again, Bio, Medivac, Vikings coming to the front. Just going to regather for a few moments, and we are going to see the laser beam of a Colossus coming over as well, continue to push that Bio army away for these next few seconds. Just again, a lot of work being done to ensure we can do as much as possible to try and shut that down. Now, Skillus is just bouncing back up in supply. He's been able to maintain more workers and economy throughout this than Clem has, and that's obviously going to be a pretty big factor at the end of the day. It's probably going to be what kind of seals the deal towards the end of it, actually, as the few Marines unload back out. Just going to be seeing them going after the probes again. A couple of Zealots are going to come charging forward. The orbital command is already going to be pushed off to the sides a little bit too. A couple of probes, a few CVs, but in total, the main thing is that Clem is going to be able to, or Skillus, sorry, is going to be able to take this game number 2, and we are going to get tied up 1 apiece in this best of 3 going to a final game. Thank you, Ascalon, for the 75-month resub. Thank you, Rero, for the 52-month resub as well. Some big resubs today, guys. Appreciate it. Our third map between Skillus and Clem comes down to being at Eternity's Edge. So we'll get this on the way. If you're wondering which maps have not been played at all just yet, I think it's Blackrock and Voidstorm we've not seen. We do have them in some of the upcoming matches in terms of veto possibilities or like, you know, pick possibilities. That obviously doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be the case. It's not going to necessarily happen because we do still let the players veto. But those are the maps I believe we've not yet seen. So, yeah, we'll hopefully have some more looks at those when we get into the... when we get into the that part of the tournament, I guess. Missing Skillus as we get ready for this game 3. Like I say, hopefully by the end of the day we see all the maps. If we don't, like I say, overall, over the course of the tournament, we do make sure to provide as many of the maps as possible, as many times as possible. We do force them into series if one map has been heavily underplayed. At the end of the day, this is still the tournament for testing out the maps on, right? That's the whole point of this tournament, is to make sure these maps get tested, and we make sure that that happens, so... Alright, just waiting for Skillus to ready up. Once Skillus is ready, we're going to be away here. Can off and away. Kick this off. Ready, says Skillus. Let's get this started, guys. Does Liquid have a new manager yet? I don't imagine if Liquid are letting Mana go that they're in the business of putting another manager in place, honestly. Yeah, Liquid are cutting back a lot of costs, unfortunately. unfortunately, Mana was apparently part of that, which is just crazy because he's been with the team for so long. It always baffles me when you have these massive organizations, they pay so much for all these big games. I get StarCraft 2's not the happiest of places or whatever, but like, StarCraft 2 is still extremely cheap compared to a lot of these other contracts that they pay out to other, for other teams and so on. I get it. I mean, having 4 players on a competitive roster in StarCraft 2 in 2026 is pretty crazy. Liquid probably the largest competitive roster in StarCraft 2. It's just wild. I mean, it's just sad that that's where StarCraft 2 is at, sadly. I mean, like I say, it's I haven't really talked about it, but I feel like Mana being let go by Liquid was such a... I was like, what? I was like, that can happen? I was like, that can happen? That's a thing? Like, what? Are you kidding me? But yeah, it really is a thing, apparently, so... Yeah. Sad, but not really anything we can do about it. We just gotta carry on, keep our heads up, guys. StarCraft 2 will keep hitting us and try and push us down, but we just gotta stay positive. What we do have is, I've got some awesome news coming soon. I think at the beginning of May, I'm going to have an announcement. I think there's some other announcements coming about. I think StarCraft's going to have a good couple of months coming up, so fingers crossed that will indeed be true. Alright, so we'll have a couple of SCVs pulling through for the probe. I'm just going to move that across for a couple of seconds. Probe getting chased, and we get set up here for a little while. Just going to be seeing that command center dropping down in position already. Getting that going, and away we go. Mana being let go as it feels bad for sure. No, yeah, I mean, there's just no two ways about it, right? Like, there's no situation where you look at that and are like, yeah, this was great. No one enjoyed seeing this happen. Just sucks, like I say, what can you do? It's 2026 and StarCraft 2 apparently is not the best game in the world according to some people. Well, we'll prove them wrong! Start with today's WardiTV TLMC. Twilight on the way. Reaper is scouting as we get settled for a couple of moments, so we got that on the way through, just for now. Bring that about. And get this on the way. Reaper's going to move about. It's going to have the Adept coming through there as well. And the planet is already coming about. We've seen the Reaper hold on to the Watchtower for a couple of moments. Just going to be hanging about there then for a little while. Get that set up. Figure out what we want to try and do. We've seen the Reaper coming about. The Hellions still moving over for a couple of seconds. Just going to be having our couple of Hellions and the Reaper continue to come about for a moment then. See what will happen here. Let's just have the Cloak and the Banshee on the way up. Already a few probes going down, so Skillus is going to be missing out with that, unfortunately. And that blink coming through for a couple seconds, so we bring that online, get that going. Leon's actually going to dive by again, so we're going to have another chance to maybe get something done on this as we are going to get into the main base. How many workers can we get rid of here? Let's find out, as we're going to get rid of 6 so far and looking for more. Again, going to have that Prism and that Blink both continue to come online just for a couple of seconds. Bringing this over and through for the moment. So Prism and the Blink on the way up, a couple of extra gateways coming by. Again, a lot of that online here. Amazing, the Stalkers and the Adept coming over, a couple of the SCVs pulling through as well, just going to make their way across. We are going to be having the Marines going to continue to fight against these Stalkers for a couple seconds, so trying to get some damage done. Skillus, he gets himself 4 SCVs, it's not bad. But a long way to go still, as you are going to be seeing the SCVs and the rest coming over. Banshee going to be overhead, so we're going to get some probes in return on the other side of the map at least. That's going to be a pretty big positive already as well. Just going to be seeing the 14 SCVs going down. So these Stalkers are still keeping this very serious. Like I say, good thing Clem's doing some damage on the other side, but he does need to clean this up. Otherwise, this gets out of hand very quickly here. Banshee will continue to get some more probes. Like I say, Skillus is really limited on what he's able to mine from at the moment. I'm trying to fight this Stalker. There is an Observer, but the Stalker is not enough right now, so this Banshee will live for a little longer still. We'll keep this going. You see the Banshee again after a few more probes. We get in for a little bit more damage in the end. It's going to be just GG. Skillus can't deal with it. And Clem is the one to actually get enough out of this situation. That's kind of wild, man. That was a very tense, high-action game. And very aggressive, most importantly. As we get ourselves ready then for our next map, which is going to be... What are we going to be on? Our next map will be... Drumroll, please. Cool. Next play will be Clem versus Lambo. Perfect. So, let's get Clem Lambo on the way as Clem does come in with the win in the end. And we also have Skillus and Rogue over on this one. Let's wait for Skillus to hop over an A and we can get that started. Perfect. Progress begins. Cool. Let's see if these guys are vetoing. Not just yet. All good. Alright guys, a couple more moments to get this set up. Hope everyone is again doing well. Thanks for joining us today for the second group of this. Did Rogue and Classic already play? Yes, the way it works is that some games will play offline at the same time or not streamed at the same time, and then we will cast that later on. So they've played, but it's not going to be cast until later. That means we can cast 10 best of 3s and the players don't have to spend the entire day hanging around with us and just while we cast one by one. It just allows us to do a lot more StarCraft, basically, which is good. Spoiler alert, it's a good thing. Olsen Temple vetoed, unfortunately. Actually, that's not a bad thing. Not that I don't like Olsen Temple. Just this is one of the series which actually has some of the unplayed maps on, so there's a good chance we see some of the new maps here that we've yet to see still. You have a fun fact about this year's TLMC? I can't wait to hear it. Oh, Lambo Vito is one of the maps we wanted to see. Sag. Big Sag. We have 10 out of 16 finalists with destructible rock towers. Oh, whoa. It's the hot new thing, huh? The hot new thing. It's the new thing everyone's using this month. Destructible rock towers, eh? Very cool. But not a single one was thrown down yesterday? Unbelievable. Things like that always get ignored for a while, don't they? Alright, we're gonna start on Rainfall for this game between Lambo and Clem. I guess host for you guys. Let me just write it down as well. It's going to be Rainfall. And then Defender's Lab. And we will get Blackrock if we get to Game 3, but we need to get to Game 3. So I guess we'll see if that happens or not. Yay. Never lucky sometimes, I swear. Sometimes never lucky. Alright, cool. Let's get ready to ready up on this one as Clem's ready, just waiting for Lambo to ready. We'll be off and away. Players ready. Let's start. Sorry guys, I'm just adminning over here at the same time, multitasking. Trying my best to multitask. Cool. Oh. The Insta DC. Incredible. Alright, let's kick this off. Let's get this started as we get ready to go. And kick this into play. Lambo in the bottom right side is going to be our blue Zerg player. In the top left hand side, we're going to have our red Terran player from Team Liquid as well. It is going to be Clem. Let me get this up and ready to go. So off and away we begin. Get this started. And see just what's going to happen in these next few moments. What's up, Andy? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. How are we doing? Thank you very much for resubbing. As we have Clem in the top left and Clem in the bottom right for this TVZ. Getting ready to go in the next couple of moments. So yeah, just going to be getting going for a couple seconds here. The factory and company coming up, and here we get a little bit of a chance to see just where things will go. Going to be having the Reaper going to fight. You're going to see a couple of these drones going down, so a little bit of action coming through here for a couple seconds. Nothing super crazy though. And yeah, the factory and the reactor. Obviously, the Reaper is just going to be dancing at the front here to try and put some pressure on as well. That part is not a surprise. That is very typically what happens in these scenarios. So, we come through. Yeah, Reaper and the Queen just gathering together as well for a couple seconds. We've seen the Queen stepping over. Reaper again pushed back already. He's just going to get chased out of here for a few moments. Going to get pushed away. A couple of Queens, Lings just going to be there to continue chasing the Reaper back for the next little bit of time. And the SCVs and the Starport continue to come into action here. Just bringing this up, getting that going. And yeah, Queen, Ling speed, all building through. And this Reaper still moving around on the other side as well. Trying to see what else is going on. just going to come straight across, just going to continue to nibble onto that mineral line. So again, finding a chance to, do some damage. Nothing too crazy. Just going to be seeing a couple of lings will gather up as well. So again, we come about there. And you're going to see the Banshee, the couple of Hellions, and that Cloaking coming through. The couple of Hellions continue to poke around just for a moment or so as well. So we keep that pressure going just for the moment. And the Hellions are going to dive up. A couple of drones going down. A little scary for Lambo. You don't have Ling speed yet, so these Lings are going to take a lot of damage in the next few moments as well if you try and play defense here. So that's not exactly looking great. The Hellions coming through, going to move up into the main, and that's going to be 5 drones going down already. 8, 10, and this one might already just be going a little too far off the beaten path from what you actually really need this to be. So this is unfortunately becoming a little disastrous from, like I say, what you really wanted this to look like. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Banshee shows up as well, just to kind of rub it in, to get even more damage done, just to make this an even worse case scenario. I mean, you can't really make this up. This is, it's bad, and it's, like I say, only really getting worse, to be honest. So, yeah, not an ideal situation in any way, shape, or form. Pain, 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 and suffering for the moment, as we're just going to see the Banshees showing up. They're going to keep on doing some more damage. They're going to apply some more pressure. This Queen is in some trouble. It's going to go down. The Queen turns onto the other Banshee as well. Oh, no. This really couldn't have gone much worse, honestly. Like, this was actually a little bit disastrous for Lambo. As far as early games go, like, is he still kind of in it in supply? Sure, but Clem in this matchup as well is just so good. You can't be taking damage like this to Clem in the early stages, otherwise it's just a disaster. Like, it really is a disaster. Again, I'm not trying to over dramatize anything here. Like, it's just not good. Like, you end up in such a rough position, puts you in a very difficult place. The entire game kind of gets away from you at some point in this scenario as well, so it's just rough. Again, don't want to rub it in too much. And Lambo still has some things like faster upgrades, for example, and so, but a lot of the time in these scenarios, upgrades are just not going to matter in comparison to just having more units in the first place. Would typically just be better, is kind of how we see things here usually. And that Bane that's coming up, a couple of hatches coming through. Continue to bring this online. Yeah, you got Feelings, the Overseer, the Queen, +2 melee, +1 carapace, and the Baneling speed continue to come up and online. So again, a little bit of everything just coming on that's going to likely help in the next few moments. Things going to run by. Hey, that's going to be a thing. So you're going to create opportunities for yourself here. That's definitely what you need to be doing. Give yourself a chance to potentially, see success, right? So that's like I say, going to put you kind of in the right direction, if nothing else. So I like it. Lambo, like I say, you got to do something for yourself in these scenarios, and that's definitely going to help him to do at least a little bit of that something. As we do have the Marines and the tank loading back up. Going to pull back away again. I'm just going to reset here as the Lings try and run by this time. Clem is going to be in position. Clem's finished 1-1, needs to start 2-2 to not fall further behind on the upgrades. That is kind of close to happening, perhaps, so maybe something we want to watch for. A couple of those Banshees keep going, the Zergling's going down. A little bit more cleaned up once more there for now. Just going to see those Banshees still staying busy. Just going to be seeing the couple of shots coming through once again. Just going to be seeing those Banshees still putting some work in. The drones coming about. Just going to be having the Queens continuing to be there to push things away also. So again, doing what we can to keep things at bay where possible. Big push now from Clem. Gets the tanks in the high ground. Cute position for the tanks. So you have the tanks surviving in a position where it's very hard to really punish. You have to commit onto the bio on the low ground. And as you commit onto the bio, then it becomes very rough very quickly for you. As you can kind of see, it becomes a little bit of a problem straight away. So not ideal. Going to be seeing these Marines obviously getting rid of this base and then continuing to go through. Clem is going to have too much. Start was obviously very good from Clem. It just got better for him. And we get this ready to resume in a couple of moments. All right. Cool, let's get into game number 2. We already know that that's going to be on Defender's Lab. And we're cheering for Lambo, because if Lambo wins this, we get to see a map we haven't seen yet in the tournament. So fingers crossed that we maybe get a chance to see that here this time around. Position was nasty. Those high ground tanks into the important kind of low ground area. Just that coverage is so good. Positions like that are always so good in StarCraft. Especially for Terrans. That's why Terrans love these situations and getting to kind of play those scenarios out and stuff, you know. Go says Lambo, GLHF. Clem says ready in GLHF as well. Cool. Cool. Defender's Lab coming up, guys. Let's go in game. Let's get this started. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves the Red Zerg player. This is Lambo, and obviously he's just hoping to have a much better time than what he had in that previous game, so he is absolutely hoping that this will go well for him. And like I said, just gets off to a bit of a better start, a bit of a stronger start. Just anything in that kind of effectiveness would be nice, because obviously things really did not go well in that last one. And that's being polite, I think, already, actually, to be honest. So I think that is already being polite. That it didn't go well might be an understatement, even. All right, so we get underway and we kick this off and look to see what will come of this game number 2. Where are we at? On Defender's Lab. We've seen this map a few times. Games haven't really stuck out to me so much. But I'm sure that will change. Sometimes it be like that a little bit in games like this as we just get set up to go very shortly. Well, the overload coming across the map early, obviously first moments is just getting yourself set up, and let's make sure we can get this under control as best we can. Start from there and figure that part out first is going to be the plan right now. SCV coming about as well, so we just get that going. Take a couple seconds here again. Command send to SCV, and all the rest coming over for a few moments now. We're gonna fire a few shots off, just gonna get some damage done. It's gonna be seeing the Queen is gonna pop out as well. Just gonna come back over in this direction, and we are gonna have the factoring a couple of command centers, all building up. There's Reaper hopping back down in this direction too. Overlording company. Building up for now. And we have ourselves the Link Speed, the Hatchery and Company coming up as well. So just bringing this into play for a couple of seconds. Just going to see the Queen going to get there to push the Reaper back the other direction as well. So just going to chase that straight out the other side. Grenade to buff the drones around even for a couple seconds as well. We are going to see ourselves the Reaper just backing up for a couple of moments in these early stages. Queen needs to move around then, so we take a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the Reaper gathering up as well. For a few moments too. When Grenade goes down, just going to see that Group Tumor getting picked away. That's just going to be taking that out as well already. Going to be a nice catch. Reaper comes back in. What's up for the Peaches? Thank you for so much for the 4-month resub. Much appreciated. Just going to have the Stimpack and the Marines coming about then for a couple seconds to bring that through. Just going to see the... a couple of Hellions going to get through for a little bit. Creep spread clearance as well. So again, we put that through for now. Clean that up. Moving forward quite nicely. So again, so far so good. Just going to have ourselves the Medevac Marines that Stimpack all continue to come about. A little bit of setting up continuing in for the moment.
Game paused.
Quick pause, a lag, hopefully.
Game resumed.
I didn't realize he was back in the lobby. I thought he was just gone. All right, we get this going and we kick this off and we get ready to resume. Push from Clem is on the way over, so we're just going to bring this straight across right now. The Marines are going to come stemming straight by. In we go, and looking for the chance to kind of push straight into this. I mean, these Marines already coming through the Hellbats as well, putting some good damage out initially. Just going to be seeing this push is scary. Now, Lambo, does he have a defense? The problem is the Bane Nest is too far away, and at this point you start losing Queens. At this point it feels as though there's just a little bit too much already here and available, and you just see these Marines and Hellbats keep pushing forward, continue to do very well for themselves, and I think this is actually just already looking to be obviously a little bit disastrous for Lambo. I think that's just too much damage being done in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately, and hence this one probably becomes... Okay, I mean, you might not die, but obviously you're talking about how, having to recover from this situation and so on, and that is not exactly looking ideal either. So yeah, I think fair enough to say that this is even if you push this back at this point, it's still going to be looking troubled, so is what it comes down to. So yeah, not really a good fix to that at all. We will, like I say, push it back. Clem's going to have a significant supply lead coming out of this, which is obviously a big deal. And then we have Medevac Marines, 1-1 upgrades, and that combat shield continue to come about as well. all of that just continuing over. Hellbats will go. I'm just going to see the drone getting picked off. I mean, obviously, even just dropping here is just extending the damage here, basically, as Clem already. And then the Hellbats left off. The Zergling's going to have to back away. Just going to see a bunch of these Lings taking a bunch of damage. The drones getting blasted as well, so a few drones already going down. 2 workers being picked off initially, and the Lings still pushing about. The Marines of Clem continue to rally down. Marines and Hellbats continue in this direction for the moment, so away they go. And that's set up. I mean, I'll load back up. Just gonna see a Widowmine shot going off as well. 9 more drones continue to come through. Really do think that we are just at the point of probably seeing this one being a GG. Again, melee upgrades, carapace upgrades continue through as well, so just see a lot of that continue into place, but it's going to be tough to really imagine this going the way of Lambo at this stage. 1-1 upgrades already done as well. And yeah, have ourselves the Marines and the Hellbats stepping over too. Just going to bring themselves straight over here. I'm just targeting the Banes down as necessary. That will do it. That will be GG. And we will get this one done. Clem takes the 2-0, and he will advance on through to the next round with a comfortable victory in this series. So, Clem and Lambo wrap that up. Up next for us is NA server for Lambo versus Classic. So, we'll bring this through in a couple seconds, guys. Get this started. Kick this off, like I say, in just a few moments. Get this underway. Cool. Just get everyone onto the NA server, and we'll get ready to go into this case. Alright, so Clem needs to put himself in a good position in the group. Not really too much of a surprise there. Obviously, Clem's typically going to be quite the favorite in this group alongside, I mean, honestly, alongside Classic and Rogue. Clem versus Classic and Clem versus Rogue. Definitely going to be very interesting games further down the line today. I'm sure of it. But, yeah, we'll see how that ends up happening. So we get to this next one, just need Lambo to hop to NA, and we can get this started off. Bit speedier through the games today than yesterday. Yesterday was quite a long day, no? We were live for like 6.5 hours yesterday. It was crazy. What's up, grrr.nub? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Love the name. Thank you for supporting, and thank you for helping us to keep the StarCrafts going. Like I say, much appreciated. Do 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 do. Alright, we got everyone here. Cool. Okay, let's start off. Alright, video should be through in a second, guys. How's everyone doing? Typing into the players in the wrong chat is never useful, by the way, guys, just in case you're wondering. Especially if, I mean, sometimes it works when both players are in said chat. But, yeah, I messed that one up. So, we were waiting on me, believe it or not. No way, waiting on Wardy. Alright, guys, getting into this in just a couple of seconds then, get this ready to go, go, go. Okay, there's a couple of videos coming down. They veto the one we need to see still again. I'm really excited to see this map and to figure out why the players do not want to play it. Ay. All good. Get back into this in a second then, guys. Get this back on track. And got this ready to rumble. Thank you for your patience again between games. Obviously, sometimes with the different maps and stuff, it can take a little bit longer to veto than usual as well, so just a little heads up on that too. Blackrock and Voidstorm, although Blackrock is going to be played in one of the series that's happened off stream already, so we actually will get some Blackrock at least. But Voidstorm, sorry? Yeah, Voidstorm is currently also being vetoed on demand. But yeah, we got some Blackrock today. Hoping Voidstorm sneaks into one of these series, but if not, then Voidstorm will start just being put in every single veto pool for Group C, and then if that don't work, like I say, if we need a force maps, I like to keep that for the playoffs when we're playing best of fives. But yeah, I guess we'll figure that out at some point. First map going to be Wave Breaker. And then second map here will be Lumen for this best of 3, guys. So it's going to be the 2 maps we got coming up right away for you. This is West, Central, West, right? Yep. I'm going to drop this lobby link down. I just, as people join this lobby, guys, need to get everyone else kind of coming into this. I just need to get everyone sorted out onto the other series that goes on at the same time, so... Cool, get that settled in. Cool. Classic. Just need Lambo. Yeah, caster who was AFK come back. Perfect. We are good. I believe we are indeed good, guys. Alright, players are here. Readying up. Let's head into our 4th match of the day. And get this started. Very exciting. Yeah. Kind of moving through day quite nicely. Cool. Let's dive in. Let's get this on the go, guys. As we kick this off and get this working in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the yellow Protoss player. This is going to be classic. He takes on Lambo here on Wavebreaker for a game 1 of this best of 3. Lambo, who's been really quite good at winning these EVPs lately. Excited to see if he can bring it against Classic, one of the very best to be playing at the moment. Should be exciting to see how this plays out. So yeah, get this ZVP underway, get this started up. Have a look to see where things are going to go here as we get into Wavebreaker. I like this. I like it's got like this like little set of rocks here. It really does look like a wave on the minimap. It's kind of cool. I like that. I like the aesthetic of this one because I really felt like this one just has a bit of uniqueness to it. So yeah, very cool. I found this map very fun to look at as we've made our way around in the matches over the last couple days already. And again, an extended TLMC tournament this time, guys. Obviously 4 days of groups. Usually we'd have 2 days of playoffs. This time we have 4 days of playoffs. They will all be played next week, of course. So, yeah, make sure you get excited about that. And we got this Lambo versus Classic game underway. So, how'd you guys feel coming up? Next is on the way by.
Paused.
Tommy's not in here, right? Oh, well, we might need him. Yeah, we might need him actually to participate in this game. So this might not actually be a what we can do. Amazing. All right. Well, it looks like Classic's going to full DC here, guys, so we're going to have a couple moments to figure things out for a little bit. I was like, well, this time I know it definitely can't be a certain guy because he's gone for sure. Like, I know he's gone. Oh, yeah. That's funny. That is funny. Classic is, I think, reloaded already, so let's just jump out. We can recover this game because obviously, yeah, they are, I mean, we just can recover. We've already started and stuff, so we should do that. Cool. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like you got everybody. Let's recover this. All right, game's recovering, guys. We'll be back into this in just a second. Thank you for your patience with us. We should be able to go in just a moment. Oh. All right, we had an issue, guys. So give us a second. We're going to recover this from a different point of the game because Classic was lagged out before he DC'd, basically. Lovely. All right, guys. 2 seconds, just getting this sword. Yeah, basically, what basically just happened here was that Classic lagged out before he actually DC'd, and so his minerals were already stacking up. So we went back. We're going to go back 15 seconds in the game. So we're going to go back to 1 minute 30 instead of 1:46. 8. That's the last guy. Cool. Take this off. Alright, try this again, guys. Another attempt again into this game. As we get ready to roll soon. Thank you for a little bit more patience. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apparently I didn't set it to 130. I just said I did. Alright. I told you guys I was setting it to 130. I just then didn't actually set it to 130. Classic. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Amazing. Oh, wasn't this just an experience? Wasn't this just an experience? Ay, 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 ay. We made it though, guys. Well, we're going to make it eventually. I promise you we're going to make it eventually. We are going to get there. Wow, that was really something. Holy. All right. Let's get back to it then. Let's just restart this then. In the bottom left-hand side, the yellow Protoss player here is Classic. And in the top right, we do have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is Lambo. Alright, so we get this going, see where we're going to get to for a couple of moments and get this on the way. Let me get rolling and see what will take place. So, opening game of the series, back on track. Oh, thank you so much for the patience, guys. That was a combination of obviously just unfortunateness and then me just being a bit dumb. Like I said, I said it out loud and I didn't actually act on what I was saying. Always a always a good technique. Always a good technique. Adept will step across. We'll take a couple of moments here. All settled in. Just going to see that Adept shading through. A couple of Lings are going to be there. Queen's gathering up as well. So just joining that together. Ling Speed, Queen, and the Overlord all coming through for a couple of moments as well. But Stalker going to get in after the Overlord and just continue to push forward for a little bit. Stalker chasing that Overlord about. And yeah, Hatch and a few more drones coming up as well. We'll have ourselves the gate going through. Nothing really too wild. Obviously, the Oracle opening is very much so the expectation here to begin with, if nothing else. So that part's definitely kind of going as we, like I say, would kind of imagine it to, just initially. And the Twilight Council to follow things up as well, so everything, like I say, looking pretty reasonable in the first few moments here. Getting this on the way and getting this sorted out. Alright, Gates, Twilight Council, and the rest continue to come through. I'm just going to have the Oracle still gathering together. Twilight Council and the Gates will be right there as well to continue to get involved. Resonant Enclave still building by, just going to be taking a second to get that set up. And we do have the Oracles coming about again for a couple of seconds. Just bringing this straight through for the moment. Yeah, the Claves and the Adept all coming around. Just going to be seeing the drones and the Lings continue to build up and get this underway for a few moments here. So as an Enclaves, a few probes coming about, Lair drones, Evo Chamber, and the Rotron coming about as well. I'll just get this started up at the moment. And drones and the Overlord's building, the Evo Chamber and the Hatchery coming about as well, bringing a lot of that online just for these next couple seconds. Oh, one of the Oracles going down, which is a bit of a shame. It's a little bit unfortunate for Classic, obviously. Not ideal to be losing out on that, so yeah, definitely a little bit suboptimal of a situation there. Let's take a couple seconds and get back into play. Again, Roaches coming up, the melee upgrade and the Roach speed continue to come about as well, so you just bring a lot of that through for the moment. And yeah, see where things are going to go overall as we have the Gates continue to come about, and that Blink and the Adepts continue to produce by as well. Adepts going to show up, so the Glaives are ready. Queens and Roaches are here defensively looking good. Obviously, the wall off is held. We are going to be seeing that as the Adepts commit to the left side. You see Lambo break down the wall, basically, because he says, cool, if you're committing to the left-hand side, I can let my wall off fall here, and then, you can't be shading through in this direction, so I've got some time to take it down and to let my units through, so taking, a good chance to kind of, or making the most of that opportunity at the very least. These Adepts still moving about, Roaches are still trying to set up as well. I'm just going to see these Adepts continue to maneuver for a couple of seconds. Again, just resetting themselves right here, just going to see the Adepts continue to go after the drones. Roaches continue to fight back the other way. Again, Forge and the Templar Archives all coming online. The extra couple of gateways coming up as well. And as Lambo is going to be chasing down a few more Adepts up the top side of this game right now. The Adepts going to get chased. Forge, Templar Archives, the gateways, the Stalkers, the Blink. All of that continuing through. The extra drones coming into play as well. Just for the moment. Well, my drone count going down is going to be 20, so 20, but we've stabilized and we've got a good army supply, and we're now cleaning up the Adepts. I think it was good enough for Classic, obviously, in the sense of, obviously, 20 workers is good, but obviously, right now, if Lambo counterattack, there might be some potential. Lambo is going to have a Spire as well, so he can start to build a few mutas up, which will also be kind of interesting here, so that should also be kind of cool to see. can see the rest of these dogs gathering up together again then, so they'll come back through. Just going to be seeing the few slings going to get turned away. Like I say, I think Lambo's fine with this overall as well. Like, did he love losing 20 workers? No, I'm sure he would have liked this to have gone a bit of a different direction, but I think overall it's still pretty respectable position for him in the grand scheme of things. Plus 1 missiles, overload speed, the flyer attack upgrade coming up as well, so continue to bring a lot of that through just for the moment. Bringing that into play right here. And the Lings on the road just continue to run down onto the map, so they're going to be getting going as well. And just moving over for a couple of seconds. So a little bit of motion. I'm just going to be having the Stalkers and the High Templar continue to gather about as well right now. Get this on the go. Corrosive Valves coming straight into place, so just going to get those set immediately right now. I'm going to bring this up for a couple of moments and just getting this all settled down with the attack coming. You got a big push essentially coming right here for a second or so. Going to be seeing the roaches and that +2 attack upgrade coming about as well. So again, we bring this straight into play. Having the couple corrosive valves actually landing on a few stalkers is really nice. So that's going to be a really nice catch as well. Big positive there for sure. Like seeing that. Obviously, storms are going to be very good defensively. That storm is maybe a bit close to the Protoss units as Lambo keeps applying this pressure. So the decision from Lambo is to essentially say, right, you know what, we're going to go and basically just keep on firing away and hitting this position and hitting it hard. And winning this with the Ravager kind of based army, essentially. Now, Lambo's still maxed out. The problem is Storm is such a good zoning tool. It can do so much damage over time when these fights, when these Ravagers are kind of taking storm after storm. So that's going to be something we've got to keep our eyes on. Does that become too much, perhaps? Is that something that could backfire on Lambo here? I'm just going to see those Ravagers still gathering together. One more storm dropping down again. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack. A few Stalkers on the way also, by the way. And again, Ling Roach Ravager still coming up. Add a couple Queens into that mix. They're going to be coming around as well. Storm still invested into this. A couple of Stalkers going after the Ravagers already. Ravagers are still trying to corrosive bile at the front door here. So again, breaking this down over the next few moments. I'm just going to be seeing the +2 attack upgrade still coming about. Again, Archon, the Immortal, all coming by. A couple more corrosive biles coming into place. These Stalkers and the units continue down to the center as well for a couple of additional moments here. More corrosive valves coming by. And again, just getting a lot of that going as the Ravagers keep firing. Is it enough for Lambo? I mean, he is working his way through this Protoss army. Losing Ravagers especially, though, is where I think this gets very dangerous. Because once you start losing Ravagers, you end up in a very difficult place to kind of come back from, really. So I think that's actually going to be a little bit of a problem as a few more corrosive valves come into play right now. It's probably just going to be too much from Classic, yeah. I think the issue is again, kind of just what I'm saying in the sense of you have a situation here where it's like you have a lot of army, but it's just so difficult to turn that army into enough of a punch and to break through truly, like break through the, the storms especially that do so much zoning damage. Well, we finally got through the issues there with the map selection, and we'll now head into the next game in a second, guys. Just update a couple of things. Our second map here is going to be something I didn't know. I love that for us. I think I said it was Lumen, didn't I? I'm going to have to scroll up a bunch because we obviously rehosted 4 times. It is Lumen. Perfect. Then let me get this on the way, guys. As now my StarCraft's crashing. I love that for us as well. There we go. Alright, game number 2. That's Classic. That's the 1-0 lead. Heading into this next one in just a couple seconds. Get ready to kick this off. Coolio. The match history off. Move this over. Move Classic up. Wait for Lambo to join. One more caster, and we should be good to go into game number 2. A quick race check, and we should be able to head into Lumen for our second map of this best of 3 series. Mentioned this yesterday, but obviously first and second place so important in these groups because first and second get upper bracket of the playoffs. The losers bracket, but the losers bracket will be filled by players who finish third in that group. They're still not losers, but they lose out on the chance to play in the upper bracket, unfortunately. So yeah, just a little bit of a note on that one. So get ready to go for Lumen game number 2. Kick this off and get this rumbling, guys. Let's head into it, as we have got ourselves in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, the blue Zerg player. This, my friends, is going to be Lambo, and he is down a game heading into a second map against Classic here on Lumen for map 2 of this best of 3 series. Yeah, this one's really interesting because of the blue gold base, mineral pathway down to it. Very intriguing kind of base. You saw Shin take this one yesterday against Zaun. If I'm not mistaken, it was Zaun he was playing against. It must have been. I don't think that was what happened in the Max Packs game, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm correct there. So yeah, it kind of opens up a world of possibilities in terms of what could maybe happen and how things can go, so it's kind of a cool one. Definitely a little bit different to the typical expectation, I suppose, so let's see what happens and get this all moving. Gateway, Simulator, and the probe coming up for a couple moments, so we get that started here. Lambo in that bottom right, and yeah, he does take that blue gold base because I mean that's just what Zergs do, right? Like that's the Zerg way. So he's doing things as you would kind of expect initially. No surprises for the moment. Sorry guys, just setting up a map on the other screen. And it's refusing to load for some reason, but I think we're good. Looks as though we are indeed good. Love to see it. Amazing. Alright, Linksy coming up, a couple of queens coming by. Get set up for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing a couple of things going to chase after that probe for a second. Trying to put a little bit of damage into place. As he still listens to play, probably going to patrol off to the right side. Spire in the attack upgrade for 1 meter hurt. Yeah, I think never being able to make use of that was definitely a bit of a problem. Queen is going to be there. And the Adepts for a couple seconds. The Adepts taking some damage. And move back through. And on we go. And I'm just going to see that Oracle Lily Adept and the Warp Gate all coming up as well. So again, we bring that over for a little bit here. And just get that started. Feelings gather up. Just going to see the drones moving around again. The workers getting into action there for a couple of moments. And the Phoenix and the Warp Gate continue to come through as well. Just going to see that Oracle is settling in here and just going to be putting a bunch of action into place. So, we got a little bit of that on the way too. Not bad at all. Yeah, some pretty decent work just initially, and continuing by with that for a little longer here. Seeing where we will get to. It's actually going to tag out that Overlord for a little bit as well, so we're going to find ourselves a chance to do a little bit more damage just initially. Keep that going for a few moments then. The Lings and the Overlords coming up. And you're just going to be seeing the Adepts and the Oracle still flying down. A couple of Queens gathering together also. Resonating Glaives building through. The Queens are going to be looking to hold this. I do feel like the initial starting point in that last game was not exactly the dream. You know, it didn't feel like it was like... I don't feel like the start of that game was kind of what did it for Classic. Felt like it was really kind of a bit kind of further down the line that we saw the success coming through. That was kind of really the kind of big thumbs up kind of moment. So I'm intrigued as to how we'll continue here in this game with the Glaives coming up a second time. We've lost a few drones early though, and that's obviously going to be painful for Lambo. So that's already going to be kind of a step one kind of question mark. Definitely a couple things for us to be looking at here. And we have the Phoenix gathering together. Just going to be seeing a couple other units coming about as well. Bringing those straight over, and Ian is on the way. And Resonating Glaives is about to be done. A couple of gates in the row facility coming up too. The Roaches and the Queen. Also producing by as we have this shove from Lambo. So he's just going to get going early, but he's attacking into Glaives. Glaive Adept's not going to love the Roaches and the Queen aspect of it, but you are at least building up to kind of have units here naturally as... you know, at least you're kind of building up to have had units here anyway, so... Seeing the Roaches and Queen still pushing in on that third base. The Adepts are going to come through. They're going to go after that gold-blue mineral line that Lambo has over here. Kind of wild, you get two half gold bases, right? It's a lot of economy available to you, so shoves like this are going to be at like absolute maximum power. Like they don't really get much stronger than this, is the reality of it, so it's a very interesting thing to see coming about here. We're just going to be having a little bit of movement around. Getting settled in for a second. And keep a little bit more of that moving along for a moment or so. Roach is just going to show up, just going to put a bit more pressure on as well, just going to continue to hit at the front, the extra drones continue to drop here, and just going to be seeing the Sentries and the Immortal continue to produce by at the same time, so again, bringing that all up. Just going to see that gateway at the front still taking some damage. It is going to be falling in the next few moments. The Ravager production also coming through just currently, so again, we get that on the go. I mean, I think this is enough for Lambo. I think he's going to break Classic down here in the end, so I think we are indeed going to be all good to kind of claim this one. Looks very effective for Lambo in this game. Roach speed still building through. Ravagers, Overlords, drones continue to produce by. And gather for a few more moments and put a bit more pressure in still. So again, we keep that pressure building just for a second. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of these drones getting caught again. So, I mean, Classic's got to really, you know, kind of turn back and rely on this kind of ability to kind of be over on this side of the map and putting some pressure in and just trying to get Lambo to kind of focus elsewhere. You're not going to succeed if you just kind of keep headbutting a defense that's not getting you anywhere. So, like, being on the map is, you know, a big plus. It's just there's a long way to go to truly see success here in the grand scheme of things. Just going to see the Sentries, the Adepts, the Immortals still pushing through for a couple seconds. And Classic just going to get overwhelmed. He knows it. He says GG, and he calls this one. And we are going to round that out and get ourselves ready to move into then a game number 3. Lambo and Classic going to go the distance, and that means I get to mark down a game 3 for, I think, the first time today, right? I think the first time today. It's going to be on Washout for a third map, so... No, we actually... Skillus and Clem went to game 3. Sorry, I'm forgetting Skillus' success earlier. My apologies. How rude of me. Let's just go back to West for game 3. We'll see if that's something Lambo can overcome. Hey, big game. You lose this as Classic, obviously you get into a better position over time in this group is going to become difficult. you win this, obviously, you know, you get into a much better position in the grand scheme of things as well. So a few different things to kind of really look at here, because it can, you know, this result can have a big impact on the rest of the group and how that all plays out as well. So definitely thinking that that's something we keep our eyes on as we get ready to go. Players ready. Quick start. We'll send this. Love it. All right, GLHF go being called. We kick into action. We kick into action, guys. Heading into washout. And will it be a washout for one of these players? Well, I mean, it's 1-1's just not really a washout, is it? Like I say, so many water-based names in this in this TLMC. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to go in with the red Zerg. This is going to be Lambo. And takes on the blue Protoss. In the top right corner of the map, it is going to be Mr. Classic. All right, game 3 coming up. We get this on the way through. Classical Lambo game 3 getting underway, and this started off. See where we can take things. Where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? Decisive game. Decisive game number 3 now. Can Lambo? Is it an upset if Lambo wins this? Yeah. I don't love calling it upset. I feel like it's fairly. Yeah, I feel like I actually think. Yeah, I guess it is an upset, but I believe in Lambo's ability to kind of fight and kind of take part in these sort of scenarios. So. Like, it kind of is, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, no. Am I allowed to just say, like, kind of no? Yeah, it might not really work like that, but... Anyways, alas. Not gonna, do too much just yet as we... settle this down, get this started. Get this ready to rumble, like I say, and see where we take things here over the next few moments. This probe coming back around against Stargate, the couple probes coming up, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming in as well. And that link speed building through. Just gonna have the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue coming about also. Hey Deb, gonna share about. What's up, Fruitseller24? Thank you so much for the 21-month resub. Lambo can definitely take Classic. 50k on YouTube before summer. If we're gonna hit 50k on YouTube before summer, you guys are gonna have to step it up. Gonna need you guys to bring the passion a little bit in that regard. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to say yes, but I'm not gonna get ahead of ourselves. So. You can see there's a couple of devs still gathering around, as you can see. It's just taking a moment there. I mean, if you guys enjoy the content, you want to support, one of the cool ways you can definitely support is heading over to that YouTube and just hitting like and subscribe, man. Like, it genuinely is a thing. It helps us a bunch. Helps us a bunch. There's a couple Queens play clean up there. A couple of drones going down. And we've seen the Oracle is getting chased about for a little bit as well, so that Oracle's still taking some damage here. For a few moments. We'll just see the next coming through. The few drones continue about right there as well. So again, we bring that up for just a second. Oracle still gathering. Nexus. The assimilator is coming online as well. Still got ourselves the drones and the lings continue to come through also. So we bring that into play. Tri-Council, Forge, and Nexus are all still coming up. These Oracles activating onto those Queens. Going to try and find another drone. Not quite going to get that just yet. More shots coming about. Continue to settle this one down for now. I want to see the Adept's going to shade about once again, so continue to try and make something else happen here. Ling's going to try and make their way toward this probe. The probe will take a few nibbles, does end up dropping. The Adept and the Oracle going to be there to chase those Zerglings away, so they're going to get pushed away through the top side. A few more Adepts just making their way through the center of the map as well, so continuing to cross over here for the moment. Continue to get that into position for now. Three drones dead. Again, a bit more pressure continuing through for just a second then. The Oracle and the Queens will gather up once more and try to decide what we want to do next as we continue across. Well, there's going to be +1 in Blink. Again, the Temple Archives and those extra probes all building into play. We do have the Lings just gathering over in this direction and getting that set up as well. Again, Lings moving through. Temple Archives, the Stalkers all continuing up as well. Continue to bring that down for now. And +1 Blink coming through. Temple Archives about to finish. A couple of gates continuing up as well. So again, we bring a lot of that into play already. And a lot of that on the go initially. So let's see the melee upgrade continuing through. Hydra Den coming up. A bunch of Stalkers to the bottom side. Classic about to have his blink, so there's pressure going to come through. He's already heading to Storm. Lambo is working on a few rocks to collapse this tower. So this tower collapses down. And by the way, there's our answer from the other day. This is meleeable with the Zerglings, so that collapses down and break a bunch of minerals. So it denies the natural fourth base economy of Classic quite a bit. You can see that's a half blue, half gold base. He's not going to finish it yet. I wonder if he wants to finish it later and maybe try and catch Classic off guard. Could be kind of interesting. As we come across. The Queens and the Hydra's going to sit here. Stalker's going to take some damage, pushing back a little bit. He's going to be seeing the Lings and the Hydra still coming across them. And continue to come through. Just going to see those Stalkers keep going down, and Oracle goes and gets picked off as well. So just going to see that cleaned out also on top of everything else here. A little bit of damage coming in there for the moment. And next is building up, so we get that on the go. Just gonna have ourselves the next few moments that's continuing. The Lings are gonna come running across as well, so they come straight over. Well, the best +1 missiles and that Hydra range is continuing to also build. I'm just going to be seeing that hatchery continuing across. A couple gates, the charge coming up. Storm is going to land down once again onto these few Hydras. The Stalkers blink up to go after them. Continue to chase there for just a couple seconds, and we're not going to see those Hydras continue to be hunted for the next few moments. As well as the Archons, the Stalkers all pushing across. The Link Hydra going to come across as well. Trying to move in position here already. Just going to see that Storm still coming down. The Zergling's going to take some damage right off the bat. And away we go. And just have the, again, Hive Lurker Den continue to come through, so just bringing a lot of that into play. Again, the extra Hydras and the missile upgrade continue to come about as well just for now. So bringing that up, a few of the Lings will gather around. The Archon's going to fight into the center. Lambo needs to be careful with that group of units, but the counterattack is going to be good. Jumping onto this blue gold base. I'm going to get rid of all the probes that are just stepping over there as well. Classic looks like he's just focusing on this shove forward, and this might just be the moment for him to do exactly that. So coming straight across, getting this on the go. Just going to be playing cleanup here as the drones come back around, so we fall off away from this for the moment. We've seen the Archons, the Stalkers, the High Templars all still gathering together here and continuing to make this shove. We clean up the flyer over to the left side. I mean, Lambo's going to be losing bases. Obviously, Classic is not exactly... I mean, he wasn't exactly super comfortable at home. Lambo's brought these units back to try and wrap around this force because it is going to be a fight on creep. There's a limited amount of storms. Classic's going to be able to sneak out down to the bottom right side. That is so fortunate for him because he is on the verge of being in so much trouble, no? Like, he's on the verge of just so much difficulty if you're not careful here. So, yeah, gotta try and, like I say, stay very sharp for that. He's stalking the Archon, still moving back along then, so it's just going to be pulling back over. And it's going to be seeing the Hydras coming back in and also doing their job to play cleanup once again. Well, the attempt from Lambo to now push forward aggressively is not going to go too far either, so not much fortune being found on that one. And just going to be having these few Lurkers continue to bout for a little bit as we just have... With Lurkers out, obviously this becomes a little bit easier for Lambo, but they're not going to be kind of the be-all and end-all. I mean, with Lurker range it helps, and because the Classic has been playing kind of a scrappy game, dealing with the Lurkers long-term may be an issue as well. Those storms are really nice, though the Lurkers just aren't ready yet, and is Lambo going to fall just before he gets to what may be his saving grace in this game? I think that might be exactly what we're seeing here, guys. Unfortunately, it feels as though Lambo is not able to handle this right now, and that is going to be nigh on disastrous. Supplies falling away. Kind of really actually believe a little bit in this series, actually, but maybe I was not quite meant to be in the end, unfortunately. Not quite meant to be in the end. Just going to see this army continue to push through. Classic going to get a big important win. Going to keep himself undefeated in this group if he wins this game, and that's obviously massive for the long term. Playing against Clem, and so in the future is going to be a big one for him. So I imagine that is a, like I say, a big win to stay undefeated here against Lambo, especially when it got close. Going to give you a nice little positive going up against Clem. Like I say, a chance to play if you're, what is Classic 3-0 after this? We saw Classic against Skillus. We haven't seen Classic Rogue. He would be 2-0 after this, so still has, maybe you could argue, the heaviest hitters of this group left with Rogue and Clem to play. But obviously, with the heaviest hitters to go, you're set up in prime position to have your own destiny kind of, in your own, destiny in your own hands, and your path to the playoffs in your own hands as well. So that is nice. GG's gets called, and we get ready for Lambo Skillus up next. So we go to Europe. So yeah, we're going to be going to Europe. We'll kick this off. Thank you for joining us today, guys. You're watching the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament brought to you by Shopify Rebellion and Monster Energy. I really felt like Lambo had that one. I felt like there's moments where it felt great for him, but man, storms against those Hydras. If he got to Lurkers a minute sooner, maybe he stops that position developing. Maybe you can just about make it work. It was scrappy enough, I think, that if you get to Lurkers, there's a very good shot for Lambo, but just not quite good enough in this case, unfortunately. Alright, so Skillus and Lambo, as we'll go in for another Skillus game here. Perfect, give the guys their video instructions and we should be able to get this going in just a few moments, guys. Get this off and into action. Beautiful. Skillus instantly vetoes the massive 4-player map. What? No way, I never would have guessed. as Lambo Vito's 1-2, and Verdant is going to be picked. This one's been fairly popular when it's in the map pools. People have been kind of very happy to play on it. I think it's one of the ones which comes through and is just naturally very solid, feels very safe for the players to play on as well. Cool. Let me just admin the other side quickly, guys. Oh, never mind, they're not ready yet. So yeah, we've got a bunch of rogue games to see as well in the second half of this group, which is going to be a lot of fun as well. We're missing at least one caster. Who's missing? Who's not in the lobby? You. I see you. I see who it is. Get them caught. Get them back in here. Can't escape away from us. Players ready. I'm going to count this down. I'm going to kick this off, guys, and get ready to go into Verdant Temple for this game number 1 of what will be our last live match of the day. After this, we obviously start going into the second half, which is games that have been played during these first games, and we'll be obviously going from there in general. And moving through that, obviously that involves some ZVZ as well. Lambo versus Rogue, I think, is going to be the matchup after this one, so actually getting to see a few Lambo games in a row is very cool as well. So off and away we go. Kick this into action. Get this started up. Let's see what takes place for the next little bit, as we do have ourselves this game getting started. Hatchery in the top right side is going to belong to Lambo, while the red Protoss in the bottom left is going to be Skillus. Alright, so in game number 1, we already have sneakiness from Lambo. As you can see, the proxy hatchery coming in over on this far side. This is, I talked about this yesterday, where it was like, this natural area is huge, so it's like there's a massive space and he's going to get right in. Skillus is going to see a little bit of, uh-oh, what's going on maybe here, because he's going to see the pool timing and he's going to be like, well, there was no natural. Surely, so as he comes down, he still sees no natural. He's going to like, well, did you spill it on the third? So we go and confirm that. Or maybe he already knows. He could maybe try and start checking for this here if he starts to kind of think about the fact that maybe this spells a little bit of trouble in the near future. Things coming up, Hatchery coming through, Nexus and the Cybercore all coming up as well, so you just bring that into play, get that started, and have ourselves the Cybercore continue to build up as well. So again, bits and pieces there, nothing crazy. We are going to start a second gateway, so some preparations. The drones are coming across the map though, and this hatchery is about to be done, so Lambert can start prepping from the corner of Skillus' natural. It does obviously lead up in towards Skillus' main, so you don't even necessarily have to play defense or play towards the wall of Skillus. I guess for extra units coming in you do. Obviously these drones can come around this right hand side, and they're going to take the work pathway up to that high ground, where they can come up and get into position to start building some spine crawlers. So Lambo will get those spines started, get this underway, and we get this going right now. So away we go with this. Like I say, get this started off, and we are going to be seeing a couple of Lings still trying to break their way through for just a couple of moments as well. And we are going to be seeing the Zealots and everything else gathering around. So Zealot and the Probe gathering up also here just for a few moments. Going to be seeing the Adept still moving up to the high ground. A couple of Lings will gather up together. We are just going to be seeing the Spines finishing is going to be the most important part of this, right? So that will be our big question mark here as we see that coming through. Just going to be seeing the Spine Crawler still poking at that pylon as well, so putting some damage onto that. Get that going straight away for now. Spine's actually up here, just going to put in a lot of work. So this is going to work very nicely. It's going to do a lot of damage over the next few moments. We're going to see ourselves the game getting uncomfortable for Skillus. He's actually just going to straight up say, GG. This one is going to go and wrap up in Lambo's favor. So a little bit of aggression. Lambo utilizing the map. That's what we love to see, right? Hey, look, there's a big freaking way that this map can be abusable by workers and proxy hatches. Bam! Lambo uses it to his favor straight away. I can say that's what you absolutely love to see. Alright, our second game. Sorry, I just got distracted because the other game is ready to go. Our second game going to come up here in a couple moments. Our map. It's going to be Sanctuary. Cool. What's this up? No. With the mod. Get it started. Awesome. Alright, see what kind of game Sanctuary is going to give us here. I'll get this set up in a couple of moments. And bring this straight through. Go goes the Skillus, go and GLHF says Lambo. Let's do it. Let's jump into this next game then, guys. Alright, this one's the really pretty one where you can't see creep on the minimap, so just if you're not wondering, if you're wondering what this map is, you're not sure of the name still. Let's get this going and see what will happen. So here we go. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player here is going to be Skillus, as he's just down a game from that proxy hatch. Unable to handle that and unable to deal with it early. And away we go. Alright, so let's see if Skillus can bring it back. Obviously, a bit of a disaster start from him. A very quick game that goes against him very quickly, so not ideal. I was just going to see the hatch and a couple of drones continue to come about then, so we bring that all into place. Probe still coming over. And again, Gateway and the Assimilator will continue to come about as well here. The probe just steps up into the main base and scouting around to see what's going on. And you get the extractor down as well for a couple of seconds, so yeah, bring this straight on through, get that on the go, bring this about and see what we can do. Probably just going to nibble around, just trying to be a little bit of an annoyance, of course. Stop some mining, then you can stop some mining. That's generally a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad way to go about it, as we just have hatch, gas, and pool all continuing by then for a couple moments. Those drones getting back into position as well. So again, we keep getting that going. Lings is going to get straight through. That probe is going to get jumped on for a second. So again, we come around with that, and we are going to have ourselves a link speed building from Lambo. Skillus starts up the Stargate. Excuse me, gets that underway as well. Just going to see the link speed, the queen, the hatchery, all of that continue to come through then for just a couple seconds. Get this underway. Going to bring this over then and get this set up. Just going to have ourselves the Oracle and the Warp Gate and company coming about as well. It's going to have a couple of queens going to move over for a couple of seconds then, so bring that about. Getting that underway. And yeah, that link speed, the queen, a couple of lings will continue in for a few moments. Going to see the drones, the queen continue to come about here currently. So going to see a little cancellation of a spore or so down there. Just going to be bringing that back around. Just going to see the few drones still mining away as well. So just getting all of that ready for a couple seconds. And yeah, resetting a couple things just for the moment. It's going to have layering a couple of drones coming through. That blink starts from Skillus, nothing too surprising there. I think pretty reasonable. Just going to be seeing the Oracle. I'll activate the Stasis Ward and just going to be popping that down onto a couple of the Lings. Well, that blink's still coming about. I'm just going to be having, again, the land, a few drones coming around as well. Just continue to get that going just for the moment. Bring this over. The Stalkers and the Oracles just going to step over for a few moments then, so we come across in this direction. Moving this through. Again, the Hydrogen, a couple of hatcheries coming about also. And yeah, Ling's melee upgrade. A lot of that continuing by just for now. Stalker's going to start poking. The hatchery already taking some damage. Melee upgrade starting. The Hydrogen still building through. About to finish up here, in fact. So again, that completed as the couple Stalkers will continue to poke at this hatchery, taking it down on the right-hand side. However, the Lings got a good catch. We just finished Blink as the surround came down. Wow, that really could not have been much closer to a disaster for Skillus. That was very close to him potentially losing everything. It was kind of wild. Well, let's bring this back over. Just going to see the melee upgrade and the Hydra speed continue to come through as well. So we get that set up still. charging that +1, coming over for a couple of moments. It's going to have our couple stalkers going to fight a few links coming over. Queen coming about. So you're seeing the Oracle still going to be there for a few moments. The Stalker still step up, obviously. Gonna get a chance of taking the 4th base now as well, so we put that into position. So you see the Stalker's going to fight, Zots, and the Archon's going to step through, so just going to start getting feisty. The Ling Hydra going to go back the other way, so just going to get chased out of there for a couple of seconds here. Pushing that back around and seeing what we can maybe find. Big push, and is Lambo ready for it? 10 extra Hydras on the way over, so just trying to bring those into place. Trying to get those set up for a moment or two right now. Get that into position. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers coming about. Just going to have ourselves the Lings and the Hydras all building up here. And that Spine Crawler coming across as well. So bring that Spine into play along with everything else. Just for now. These Hydras are going to continue to fight for a little bit. Just trying to see what else they can maybe do. Trying to find a little bit more value at this point in time. Ling Hydra all gathering. Just going to be seeing the couple probes and the armor upgrade also building by at the moment. So again, get that underway and just get this building at this point in time. Spinecrawler going to keep poking at a Zealot right there. The Hydra's going to get through some Stalkers and some Sentries, so just going to get a little extra for now. Find a little bit more damage. The Stalker's still poking away at the drones. As the Zealots continue to break their way up to this high ground, these Hydras have to keep running, man. They need to get out of here. 17 drones, 19 drones killed. And this is becoming a big problem real quickly, basically. As, yeah, I mean, 27 more workers, 28 more workers going down. Lambo's going to be in trouble, so we're going to get to game 3 of this series. We're going to go the distance. Skillus breaks Lambo down. And if Lambo wants to make a bid for the playoffs, this match feels very important. GG gets called. Skillus gets it to a game 3. And like I say, for Lambo, going to be make or break time. Because like I say, if he wants to make a playoff push, you got to be winning this one. I get the feeling that is just going to be something that has to happen. So yeah, I imagine that'll be one of our upcoming thoughts as we take a few moments, guys. Get this ready to resume into the final map of this series, which is going to be on Lockdown. Also, some good news. We're going to have one more live series today, guys. We're actually going to be going into we're actually going to be going into Classic versus Clem live after this. They are waiting for us, so we're obviously going to cast it anyways. It was just originally going to be cast from replays, and we should be playing at the same time with this, but it's just worked out that they're going to wait, and we're going to be able to get into Classic versus Clem live. So we basically get one more live series, and then one less series from replays afterward. So, yeah, that's lovely. Big plus on that, if you ask me. Big fan. As we get ready to go, Jilla, Jeff. Everyone's ready, but I just need to actually move the players into player slots. Quick race check on Skillus. Perfect. Game 3 coming by then, guys. Away we go. Get this set into play as we get this started up. Alright, let's get this into play, guys. Let's get going. As you just have in the bottom left-hand side, a third map of this series is going to be Lambo in the bottom left, our blue Zerg, and Skillus in the upper right, our red Protoss. Let's see how it plays out then. Let's see how we wrap this one up. Let's see who is going to find themselves victorious. Again, getting the assimilator boat building through. A probe is on its way as well, so we just get a couple bits and pieces built up for a second here, get that all going. And hatch gas, a couple of drones just building by for the moment, so again we get that on the way. I'm just going to see the Overlord still heading to the upper right side of the map as well, so again, continue to bring that through for a couple of moments initially, get that started, and get that all settled. So that Overlord heads to the upper right just to look to see what's going on initially. Just going to be having our Nexus, our Cybercore, and the assimilator all building through. So we bring that up for a couple of moments here, get that started. As Overlord heads over to the side, so get that settled in for now. It's going to be seeing the important game here, of course. It's on the line for both players in this opportunity. And Warpgate coming about, just going to see that Stargate coming through, the Nexus continue to build, a couple Queens, the Link Speed and the drones all producing through as well, so again, so far, again, a lot of that set up. Bringing a lot of that into place early. Overlord just going to move around again. The Void Ray and the Warp Gate both coming through for a couple seconds. Just getting that on the way. The Adept will continue across for a couple seconds as well, so just bring that straight by for now. Getting this set up and ready to rumble. Again, Warpgate and the Void Ray building through, a couple of probes being added in as well. Just for the moment, Adept continues to shade about for a couple of seconds. Zergling's still on the way by. And the Adept moves toward the front, is going to end up turning itself back around though. Again, Void Ray and that Warpgate both continue to build into place, and the Oracle and the Warpgate coming up as well. So again, a lot of little bits and pieces coming through still. Just going to see the Queen, the Lings, and the Overlords continue to produce as we have the hatchery finishing up on the low ground. So that third hatch is about to complete. Again, Oracle and Warpgate still coming by. The couple of Adepts will make their way over. A couple of Adepts going to fire straight away. Get a couple of drones immediately here. Again, those Lings, the Queen, and a couple extra drones still building by. The drones pull back across. Just have that Oracle finishing up very shortly, and a couple more probes, and the Nexus, and the Assimilators. Again, a little bits of everything continue to come through just for the moment as the Queens are going to get after the Void for a second and just put some more pressure into place. Well, Ling's countering this third base, but there's an Oracle nearby, so we shouldn't have too much issue. It's a nice kind of linear third down the right-hand side of the map here, so not really seeming like too much of a problem to begin with. And as we have the Robo Facility and a couple of Forges still building by, the Nexus is also producing into play as we speak. Well, and a few drones continue to come about. I'm just going to be having those Lings pulling over to the side. The Oracle's going to be there. The probes come over. Just going to see the Adept will fire a few more shots. The Void Ray going to activate, and the probes will begin to take some damage. So a few shots continue to come straight through. And just going to have ourselves the extra little warp in at the front. Again, still got a melee upgrade coming by as well currently. Continue to get that going for the moment. Again, melee upgrade. We'll continue across. Just going to see the Void Ray activating a couple Zerglings. Just going to come over. A few of those Lings are taking some damage then. We pushed around for a little bit, and yeah, 1-1 upgrades. The Immortal coming by. Just going to see the setup of all of this coming through. The couple of deaths we're getting after those drones for a couple seconds. That's going to continue to fight onto a few of those Zerglings, but nothing really to say about it so far. Just going to see those Lings still looking to wrap around for a couple more moments here. So Lings gather up. Just going to be seeing the, again, melee upgrade. The Hydra Den continue to produce. Again, blinking the +1. Continue to come over. Queens will be there. Oracle just going to get turned away. And +1 blink, +1, +1 actually. So the upgrades just continue to kind of flow in for a little bit right now. Is the Oracle going to activate through for a couple more drones? So a little bit more being done there. Again, the melee upgrade and the Musco Augments all still building. Just for now. Hydra's melee and the Hydra speed comes up. Void Ray going to activate. Couple Zerglings going to shoot. Again, Hydras will continue to build just for the moment. Blink +1. Gates, Robo Temple Archives. All are building. The Ling's just going to be chased around as well. Void Ray going to activate, chasing those Lings off to the sides for a little longer. No real issue there. Just again keeping things active and busy as the, again, Blink and the +1 attack continue to build by over the next few moments. And Void Ray is going to have to be a little careful. There's a few Hydras and they're just going to meet it, so it's going to be a freebie for Lambo. It's going to be able to grab that nice and easy. No problems. And a couple of Immortals here, I mean, they need to be careful, no? They're stepping down this ramp, but they get surrounded. They're out of reach currently of the battery, although they're not fully surrounded, so they should be able to pull back toward it, which will help, but it's not going to save them. So genuinely an issue right there, as we are going to be seeing these Immortals trying to hold tight. The Ling Hydra coming over, continuing to push across. The Hydra's going to turn around, kill a couple of units coming from the other direction as well. The rest of these Zerglings coming back through. I'm just going to see these Immortals and the Stalkers and the Sentry continue to put the work in. Skillus is going to get overrun. Lambo is going to get the big important win he was looking for. That's going to be GG's, and game 3 goes Lambo's way. Gives him a chance, maybe still in this group. He has Rogue left to play. If you can beat Rogue and go 2-2, there's always going to be an opportunity at the end of the day, right? So there's always going to be a chance now that he's gotten this map win at least, and this series win. There's going to be an opportunity for him, if nothing else. All right, guys, we're going to go and kick off into another game here as we go to NA. We're going to get Clem and Classic ready to participate. So we are going to... This one was meant to be kind of the last game of the day, but it just so happens that we can actually make this the final live game of the day. So series number 6 now will be live, and then we'll get into the replays of Rogue after. So all of Rogue's games are played. We just get an extra match live before we go into the replay section, guys. So I know you guys are usually fans of that. So yeah, that's coming up in just a second. Let's get this videos sorted, and we'll kick this off. Got all of my things written out correctly. Yes, they are. Just need the videos of this, and we are good to go. Perfect. Perfecto. Do, 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 do. Alright, Classic gonna throw one veto down. And so will Clem, and yeah, we still have some very similar maps being vetoed. We have a chance to see a bit of a different one here, perhaps. Find out in a second if we get it or not on the actual map picks rather than just the vetoes. This is going to be Clem's server preference for game 1. We're going to start up on Sanctuary, which we just saw not long ago. So we are going to see that coming through in a second. And we'll get this hosted up already, guys. say Clem's server preference for this opening game. One, two, three, four, five. We can get a final cast into here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are officially good. Nope, we have +1. Where have we gained +1 from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have no idea where the extra +1 came from, but okay. The players are ready. We can kick this off and get this going. Going to be Sanctuary for the opening game of this series. Cool. Everyone's set. Let's do it. Let's jump into Clem versus Classic game number 1. Again, thanks for joining us today. WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. It's been a blast. It's been some fun games. Series number 6. We're in the second half of the show now, guys, so we're halfway there. We had some slow parts of the day, so I presume we're probably going to go a bit faster once we get to this replay section after, which will start once we get there with Rogue against Lambo, I believe. So, yeah, we're going to work our way through all those games. Yeah, it should be fun, fun, fun. Right, we are in game. Let's do it. Let's send it into Clem Classic. Best of 3, game number 1 starting up right here as we kick this off. On the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is Clem. And in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player is going to be Classic. Get this ready to go. Get this started off. Just get this underway initially, get this starting, and figure out where we want to take things for a little bit, and get this all rolling through. Rex, SCV coming about. Going to see the gate and the probe continuing up as well, so bringing a lot of that into play already. We'll see where things go in the next few moments. Exciting times. Classic and Clem, always a fun series. It's not been as sharp, especially in TVP lately, but you got to think that I feel like Classic. It's funny because Classic is the guy that dominated Clem last year, right? But then actually, I feel like Classic has been the more beatable Protoss player for Clem lately, where obviously Hero has been felt kind of untouchable for him in the TVP. So definitely leads you to kind of an interesting state where the roles have almost reversed between Classic and Hero. Classic was the guy beating Clem all the time last year, really had Clem's number. Now Clem can't seem to get 2 feet on the ground in any game against Hero. Against Classic, he's had a little bit more success here and there, so not all the time. Classic's still beating Clem as well, but there's a little bit more success than what we were seeing previously, at least. Reaper going to pull back. Adept is going to shade down after that Reaper for just a couple of moments, so just pulling straight across there. Command Center and the Marine, Starport and company coming up as well. We just have ourselves the Twilight Council going to be finishing in a few moments time. Stalk on the Warp Gate all building. The Blink is still coming through and online for these next few moments. Just bring that about. The Reaper going to try and sneak in over on the sides here then. And Dep's still shading around a little bit as well. Also trying to see a bit more of just what we're getting up to for a moment. Get that on the way. And yeah, Cyclone and a couple of Marines gathering together for the moment. Command center. I'm going to come on a bit of a float down toward the natural expansion there. It's just going to be moving that across. Just going to see the Marines and the SCVs coming about. Command center drops down into position for a few moments. Yeah, Marines and the SCVs coming across the map. So Clem actually putting a little bit of pressure on this. Obviously, there's the medevac with some reinforcements as well. And he will look to do some damage. Like I say, with the SCVs especially, you want to find something here. Otherwise, you're committing a lot to not necessarily get much done. Couple of units coming about. Just going to be bringing that straight over. And making some plays. Just going to be seeing the Marines setting up this pylon in some trouble. So the rover facility going to go down. And Classic is going to be in trouble right from the very get-go here. So actually going to be pretty dangerous for him, as he does at least get the siege tank, though. Well, now he's going to lose a lot of probes. So he got the tank, but there's a lot of Marines and just other units obviously remaining. And as you can see, that's going to be more than good enough to get this one done. So that's going to be GG. And that's going to be Clem off to a 1-0 start here against Classic in this best of 3. Ooh. It's, yeah, that's certainly something. That is certainly something. So, we'll kick off into game number 2. That was just feisty from Clem. We're going to go back to Verdant Temple for this game number 2 now. As we will... was it Clem server advantage? I think it was, right? It was Central, West, Central. Check my document. Yes, so it's West for game 2. Clem leading by a game here over Classic. Everyone in. We'll be good to go in just a few moments' time. Cool. Clem Classic, 7 casters, up from the previous 8 that we had. And let's get this started off, guys. So kicking into this next game, getting this one rolling here in just a second. As we move into Verdant Temple. So Verdant Temple coming up. Get this started right now. Get this underway. Hey, what's up now, Flower? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. More SC2 is always a good thing. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 11. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Indeed. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player who finds himself up a game. In this series, it is going to be Team Liquid's Clem, like I say, up 1 in this BO3. Up against Classic, Red Protoss in the top right corner of the map. And get this up and ready to go. Alright, so gateway assembly coming through, racks and the gas coming about. Take a few moments here to get this into action as you just have the gate and the probe coming through. Get that down for a couple seconds here. Hey, what's up, Jack Burton? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Thank you for resubbing and supporting. Thank you. Thank you. As per usual. Alright, a couple of SCVs starting to move out down to the low ground here and starting to get onto the map, so we just get that into place initially, get that started off, get that into play, and again, Nexus and the Cybercore all building through, so just bringing a lot of that straight into action. Why hasn't Rogue played? He has. All of his games are played. We have just not casted them yet. We're casting this one now, instead of this being like the last series of the day, we're casting this one now because they actually waited for us, so we actually have an extra live match instead of 5 matches live, 5 matches replays. This is Series 6 that is live, and then after this we get only 4 matches from replays instead. So that's why the order's messed up. But Rogue is here, his games are played. Just the way that the schedule's worked out means that all of his games are going to be at the end of this group, so we can see all of his results back to back. Yeah, Rogue is the only replay games. This is the last live match, and Rogue has... And like I say, they're not replays in terms of like Rogue couldn't make it, they got pre-played. They've been playing while these other matches have been happening. They've been played, you know, over the last couple of hours. It's just usually, you know, that's what we usually do. We stack them kind of 2 matches at a time and everything. So it's just the usual deal if you're familiar with the system. It's not that Rogue's pre-played or anything, just the usual system, just it was, you know, mostly Rogue's games that were on the second screen. So yeah, it's not like Rogue wasn't here or anything, it's literally just the order in which it played out. It's our usual system. Everyone was here and playing their games, so all good there. As we do have the blink coming about, that warp gate coming through. Again, set for a few moments right now is just have our, you know, Stalker, Gateway, a little bit of everything coming about, a couple of those probes continuing by as well for a few moments. And that's all set into play. A few Marines going to be there to push the Adepts back the other direction as well. Means just going to keep chasing, just going to have the Adepts getting pushed back. The SCVs on the high ground for a second, but no commitment. And so the SCVs should be able to be freed to back down to the low ground here. Back over they can go. Yeah, blink. A little bit of everything else continuing by then for the moment. We just have ourselves a few Marines are going to pull back over as well, so they're going to step back over in that direction as well. Just going to have ourselves the gates, the prism, and that blink coming straight by. Adepts and Stalkers joining together, so again, just going to get those settled here for the moment as we have the medevac going to end up boosting away just off to the sides. A couple of the Adepts going to go shaking again, trying to see what else is going on. Stalker's actually going to blink underneath that. Medevac going to get caught. Medevac going to get killed. That's a massive catch from Classic. There goes the pressure from Clem on the map. So that's obviously absolutely huge. So that's going to make life a whole lot easier. Absolutely no doubt there. That is going to make life a whole lot easier. So yeah, that's a big W for sure. Love to see that. As we take a second to move about. Just going to see those Stalkers still moving about then for a couple of moments. Get on the way for just a quick moment or so. And we've seen the Stalkers moving over. The Marines are ready to try and chase and fight for a little bit as well. Trying to see what else they can do. A couple of Stalkers and Stalker and a couple of Adepts going to make their way over as well. As you can see, the Charge, the Temple Archives, the Nexus all continue to come across. Vikings still going after the Prism as well. Continue to chase by for the moment. So again, we get going with that straight away. And a few Marines is going to get in and chase down that Stalker for the next few moments. So again, putting some pressure there for a little bit. Nothing too crazy overall. Just going to be seeing the Charge coming through and everything else coming in also. Well, again, Storm and the Charge continue to come by for a few moments. Just going to have ourselves the gateways, the Nexus all continue into place as well. So again, we bring a lot of that up and running for now. A little bit of a scan coming through also. So just going to get that into place for a little bit. And so the few Marines and the tanks continue to chase forward for just a few more moments. Again, pushing in there for just a little bit. The Bioforce coming. The SCVs are going to pull, so Clem's going to kind of commit to this right now. He's going to say, let's just send it. Let's just do this. And okay. See how that goes for him as we get this set up. Storm coming through already. Going to see the couple of SCVs gathering around. Just going to be seeing the tanks join up as well. And now going to be having ourselves in position to maybe trying to push around for something at the moment. The Marine's still poking forward as well, looking to stay tight at the front as the Gateway's taking some damage. A little storm coming down as well here. Just for a moment or two. Keep that in position. Another storm coming down. Liam's going to take some shots once again. That's a big push. Obviously, you got to kind of deal with this right now. This is the moment to try and kind of break back through this. So they're going to try and make this happen right away here. Just going to see those Marines. The Marauders still stepping up, trying to get in position again. It's not going to be enough from Clem, and it is going to be good enough for GG to be called. So we get that sorted out. And that is going to be that for the moment. So far, so good for a game 3, which is exciting for us. So cool, let's do this. Game 3, I'm just trying to figure out what the map was. As just played on Verdant, and it means that Exarch is game 3. Oh my goodness, what a massive map to wrap it up on. Exciting, actually. Big map. These guys not afraid to let it go to the big map then, so away we go. Get this going. Sweet. Get this started off. Cool. Let's get this ready to go then. Final game of this series. Coming right at you. Couple orbiting down. Got this started off. It's ready to go. Ready in JLHF, says Clem. Let's move everyone around a little bit. We just need Classic at the top, Clem at the top. 4, 7. Classic just needs a moment. Perfect. So once Classic sorted here, we can get ready to go. We'll get ready to go. Beautiful. Sweet. Wardy channel points to have nothing worth redeeming. Wow, how dare you? That is blasphemy. What the hell? WardiTV channel points getting catching strays over here. What the heck? It's actually nuts. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do, guys? You want me to like? There's only so much I can offer you guys. Like, I don't know what to say. There's only so much I can do. Only so much I can do. Alright, we're ready. I'm gonna kick this off, guys. We're gonna send it into this one and let this ready to get this ready to flow and go and all of that business. Let's get into Exarch. Let's get this started. Map number 3 tied up. This map is massive. It's got a wild natural kind of setup as well. I'm kind of wondering if that actually might be something we see kind of being made use of as we get going as well. I guess we'll be finding out. In the top right hand side, our Protoss player here is Classic, while in the bottom right side, Blue Terran player, sorry, sometimes a Protoss, is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. So away we go as we get set and ready to go. Alright, gate, probe, refinery, and so all coming up for a couple seconds then, so just get that flowing for a little bit and get that started. See where we're going to take things here as we get game number 3 up and running into play. Yeah, this map is massive. Has the worker tubes down the sides as well. Kind of excited to see more worker tube action, to be honest. I like the worker tubes, honestly. I think they're such a cool little fun feature. Like, they feel so harmless. They feel so like just, they're fine, they're whatever. They just do their thing. I actually genuinely really do like them. I think they're great. Yeah, big fan of those little things as we get ourselves a bit of action on the go here then. See where we're going for a couple of moments and kick this off. That's going to be seen next in the cervical, coming through for a few moments to bring this straight into action. And yeah, factory, orbital, reactor, building by for a couple of moments. So just bringing that straight into play. Well, we have this probe has adventured around and is going to find itself a chance to show up and get into position for a couple of moments. So we're going to get going over here. Marine's going to try and go in after the probe for a couple of seconds as well. Not quite going to be able to do too much. What is this probe flying a roller coaster ride thing? It's fun, no? I honestly, I love it. I think it's great. I think it's a lot of fun. Big fan of the... the activity there as we get this command center next is obviously have the awkward facing minerals, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out or not, I guess. Does Clem just have no answer to multiple stalkers showing up? Apparently Clem just has no answer to multiple stalkers showing up. No. Yeah, okay. I mean, apparently that's just GG, guys. Apparently that is just going to be GG, unfortunately, for us. A little sad, but alas, sometimes it be like that, I guess. That was kind of a surprise end. I didn't think it was just going to be GG. Wardy, any chance you'd be down to co-cast best of 3s with channel points? No, because the problem with that is that then obviously, like, anyone can come and co-cast, and like just in general I try and keep my stream in like a very professional vibe. Also, I'm not as cool as Roddy, so I don't know how well I'm gonna handle having to talk to people, man. Social interaction's scary, you know. Social interaction do be scary. So yeah, probably not. I know channel points kind of suck, but like, you can just brag about how many you have, you know? Like that could just be what they're for. You just kind of do it like that, I guess. Streamed at 1,000 people, fine. Talking one-on-one scary. Yeah, because I can choose my interactions in Twitch chat. Like, if someone says something weird in Twitch chat, I'll just ignore you, you know? Like, I don't have to talk to you. Like, it's fine. I'm just chilling. But I don't get that luxury if you're on a voice call with me. It's kind of a bit awkward. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seems about right. Let's get into Rogue versus Lambo, guys. I don't think we've got anything else to yap about here. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, we got a snooze, so we should be fine. We should be fine. All good. And that was, I can't quite get over how speedy that previous game was. It really just came and went out of nowhere. As we get going then, let's send it. Let's get this started off. Let's kick this into action as we get this game underway. Wavebreaker is going to be our map. Like I say, kicking this off in just a moment or two. Let's get into some ZVZ. So Wavebreaker to open up with. By the end of today, guys, we will have seen every map in the tournament apart from Voidstorm. So there is Voidstorm still, which has not been seen much. Wavebreaker has been a pretty popular one. Obviously, some of these maps have started to be played a lot. In fact, some of the maps have been played 5 times over the course of the tournament. So there's definitely going to be some fixing to be done on some of the map pools for tomorrow. But that's why the next groups don't have map pools already, because they don't. I didn't know which maps were going to be popular or not, and so I don't have map pools made for the other maps already and stuff. So, like I say, that'll come tomorrow instead. Alright, so away we go. We get this started up. We get this rolling. Lambo on the upper right side, Rogue in the bottom left. It's Wardy observing time, guys, so buckle up and enjoy the ride. Obviously, Classic then beating Clem puts him up at 2-0, 3-0 in the group. Clem will be 2-1. Lambo 1-2, Skillus 0-3. So Lambo 1-2 right here is kind of the big question mark to begin with. So yeah, that's got a lot of potential. Potentially be yeah. Sorry. So yeah, I was just trying to figure out. So yeah, Lambo is 1-2. Lose this, and you're pretty much not going to be making it out of this group unless there's some kind of 1-3 tiebreaker. Obviously, Skillus has versus Rogue to play as well. Kind of similar situation there, although he's already at 0-3, so Skillus would kind of need to beat Rogue and then hope for a tiebreaker scenario to play out. It's not impossible, right? So if Rogue beats Lambo but then loses to everybody else, Rogue, Lambo, and Skillus. No, sorry. If Lambo loses to Rogue, and then Skillus beats Rogue, and then Rogue loses to Classic and Clem, there is a 1-3 tiebreaker for the 3rd place position. So it is possible. It is possible for that to take place. It is possible for that to happen, so I guess we'll see what the happenings are going to be. See what the happenings are going to be. Isn't that just a nice little phrase? Overlord just chilling over here. We are going to have a couple of Lings are still maneuvering around for a couple of seconds as well, just trying to see what they can get up to for a little bit. We've seen a couple of Lings moving back around the other side, so just going to move over there for a few seconds, get that in position. Again, bring that about for a few moments, and we just have the Lair, the Roach-Ron, a couple Overlords, and the Missile Upgrade continue to build through as well, so again, a lot of bits and pieces just coming by for now. And the Lair, the Roach-Ron, and everything, Eva Chamber 2, all getting set up at the moment, so a lot of that just coming straight into place. I'm just going to be hanging about then for a few moments for that. Just going to be chilling through. That single second comes back around into the middle of the map as well. So just a little bit of motion going on. 89 months means you get to co-cast Sugar Teats. You are welcome. A core-keeper content creator like you is welcome to come co-cast at any time to come boost the stream's notoriety. Anytime. Just let me know when you're available. I know you've got a busy schedule. Sorry, I'm observing. Sorry, I'm I forgot I'm observing. I'm distracted by yapping on you guys. I forgot I'm actually doing the camera. All right, Roaches and Queens. Lambo is on the move as Rogue is trying to go into the Spire, but I mean, he knows what's going on, right? Like, he sees what's happening here to start us off, if nothing else. So he sees a little bit of what's up. So that's the good news right away. It's going to be seeing the Roaches, the Queens coming through the center. The Overlord is going to be there as well. Those Roaches and Queens continue to come across. Moving through, the Ling's gathering. They're going to go get a wraparound on this Queen as well. Just going to grab that for a couple of seconds. So far looking good. The Roaches coming back over for a couple of moments. So I'm going to step back in that direction as well. Bring that back through for the moment. And I'm just going to see how Roach is still moving about as well to the bottom left-hand side. A couple of Lings going to get caught. The other Lings coming around. A couple of Spine Crawlers going to poke away at those Roaches, and a couple of Queens stepping up as well. There's a lot of Roaches, Spine Crawlers, so the Roaches may not be able to break through. And if you do survive this as Rogue, you're going to have Mutas out. Like, that is a lot of Spines, and if you can't justify this, I mean, the Lings wrap around as well, so the Spines get a lot of damage done. And the Queens are already gone, so they're not going to provide anti-air against the Mutalisk now either. So Lambo using this kind of just straight across the map creep spread to set up the attack and just go, go, go. And that is the way that he approaches this. Just coming straight on over, those Roaches gathering. Just going to be seeing the couple Queens pulling back as well for a moment. Nita's still overhead, going to get after the Roaches also. Going to do a little extra there, as we are going to have the Spines. Spines, the Queens, and the Mutas going to be able to do plenty, and that is going to wrap that one up already. So GG's, and that's going to be an opening game going the way of Mr. Rogue. Sorry guys, I forgot I was opting. I know that sounds really stupid. I was just chatting and my brain turned off. I forgot that we were meant to be opting for you guys. Alright, game 2 coming up then. Alright, game 2 coming up. I wonder if it's worth it. I think Rogue plays Lambo, then Skillus anyway, right? Oh no, he plays Classic. I think what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to do Rogue Lambo, then Rogue Skillus. And then maybe we do... I'm just thinking about how to make this group the most interesting, potentially, because there's a potential that maybe Rogue could be undefeated going in against Classic at the end. I'm just wondering if we possibly do it in such a way where we do Rogue Skillus next, and then maybe we could do Rogue Clem. I mean, I think actually what we're going to do, no matter what, because it'll save us server swapping one time. We'll do Rogue Skillus, Rogue Clem, because I have both these games set up on NA. And then we'll go to Career and do Rogue Classic at the end. I think we'll do it like that, guys. I think we'll change the order ever so slightly from the expectation. I think that just kind of makes sense to do, to be honest. So yeah, I think we'll be doing that. Cool. Yeah, let's take that approach. Let's take that approach. Do-do, ba-da-ba-boom. Ba-da-ba-boom, ba-da-ba-boom. Alrighty, what are we doing? We are waiting for me to start. Well, I have the power to start, so let's do it. Kick off in a game number 2. Alright, let's go again. Let's get into game number 2 here, guys. Kick this off, get this going. Let's get this action started. In the bottom left-hand side, down a game is going to be the blue Zerg Lambo. On the top right, our red Zerg is going to be Mr. Rogue. Game 2 of this BO3. Alright, so we get gathered up a few moments. Let's see, a couple of drones going to pull, and we are going to be seeing the Zerglings coming from Lambo, so we are going to have ourselves some aggression here. Oh, Lambo did a little hatch cancel to build a spine crawler. Oh, that's fun, but because Rogue sees it, he's going to pull the drones to deal with this early, so this is already going a little bit wrong for Lambo, unfortunately. That's not ideal. There's a few lings show up as well, and we get straight over there. We've seen the lings just going to wrap around, go after that hatch, now turn onto a couple of drones for a few moments. Lings are going to gather about. A few drones coming back over for a couple of seconds. Just pulling back over here. Take a few moments. Again, the lings are going to gather up. Queen lings coming through. Well, and drones arrive from Rogue to try and play cleanup in this. Very committed. He wants to make sure this spine doesn't get up. He knows if this spine gets up, it's very, very bad for him. Gets the cancel. This is obviously amazing for Rogue because he did not commit to the big aggression. Now that said, he did pull a lot of drones, and he's actually equal on workers here. So maybe there's a world in which, I mean, he's actually going to be down on building a second queen as well. So maybe Lambo actually did enough to put himself in this game overall. Maybe it's actually not as bad as it initially seemed like it might be. Huh, interesting. While drones keep coming through, the extractor coming about, the few lings going to run onto this hatchery for a few moments. Just going to see an extra drone producing a couple more lings gathering the queen off to the sides there. I'm just going to see those units all wrapping around for a few moments as well to see just what else we can do. Ling's going to get up to the high ground for a few moments as well. Get up into position. And again, continue to see what else may happen here for the foreseeable future. Drones, lings, and queens all building by. Bringing a lot of that into place already. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of lings going to get chased back the other direction. Again, those extra drones producing that overload on the way. A lot of that continues into play for now. So lings keep going over. Just move through there for a couple seconds and see what we can make happen here. The queen and the lings gathering up. The extra drones producing by. The overlord and the queen keeps on building. Just for the moment. So again, we get a lot of that coming by at the moment, and get this all set up. A couple overlords coming over as well. Ling's going to get hit by that queen, push back the other way. The other few zerglings gathering up as well. Just going to keep those lings going back the other direction then for the moment. So again, we turn that around. Zergling speed starting from both players. Queen and drones all producing through. The ling's going to go back to the top. And drop one more Evo chamber down. This queen going to come and be a part of the wall off. And Zerglings trying to break their way forwards the next few moments as well. Hatch, drone, Evo chamber, link speed. Again, bit of everything coming over as well. Just going to see the extractor coming down. Queen still in position. Again, set up. Continue to get that building right now. Extractor just going to come up in this natural. Well, 16 more lings on the way. Link speed building. A roach run is part of the wall off here from Rogue. He gets a baneling nest as well in the back though, so he's going to have a roach bane kind of setup if he wants to play with it. He's a few workers ahead of Lambo, who's also going for the roach run, but no bane nest in sight from him to make a bit of a difference in this game between the two players. Lambo's got the Evo chamber that he's going to drop down into Carapace already. Rogue's got the Evo chamber that he's just not using, so that is, again, maybe the idea of Rogue looking to be aggressive here, kind of playing Roachling Bane to kind of bust across the map. Lambo tries to run forward, the lings hold on. Maybe Rogue doesn't even want to play many roaches, he just has the roach roaring just in case, and he's actually going to try and play Ling Bane. He is going to start his own Carapace upgrade, so they're both going Carapace. Like I say, let's see what Lambo does with the roach roaring then, see if he builds any roaches or not. Obviously, this is going to be off hatchery tech. Lair tech is, you know, a big tech up away at this point in time, so we're not kind of close to that really coming through just yet either. And those few zerglings move around. Just going to be seeing a few lings getting caught immediately. I'm just going to be seeing that's going to be a nice little wrap around to clean those lings out. So those lings all going to go down already. Extra lings, the Carapace upgrade coming through. A few more lings popping out as well. Queen going to be here also. Just for now. Get that set into position. Let's keep moving through. Actually going to get us around on the left side. He's going to jump on that hatchery. Queen firing up some damage. These Banes actually going to be able to get forward, though, and they're going to be able to make a bit of a dive towards those drones. A few drones already dropping. And Lambo just going to say, gee, Rogue going to have a bit too much. That's obviously damage dealt, and it's a pretty close game with aggression kind of on the verge of happening, so Lambo just says, no, this is not happening. Let's just get to the next one. All right, we're going to stay NA, and we're going to go Rogue against Skillus next, guys. So we're going to do Rogue, Skillus, Rogue, Clem, and then Rogue Classic, because that'll just save us from hopping servers until we get to the Rogue Classic match at the very end of it. So that will be our game plan. Yeah, so the Lambo loses out on that. He is going to end up 1-3 in this group. Now what Lambo hopes for is at least 4th place, I guess. Or maybe the tiebreaker situation, right? Rogue, it's not going to be good for Lambo, I don't think, though. Even if it does play out in Lambo's favor, I don't know if his map score, because he lost a map while beating Skillus, he didn't take a map off Rogue. He's going to have like the worst possible 1-3 map score. He got a map off Classic, though. I don't think it puts him in a great position, honestly, through and through. All right, let's dive into Skillus versus Rogue here, as we're going to go Skillus versus Rogue. After this, we're going to continue from there. So Skillus, Rogue, Rogue, Clem, and then we'll backtrack onto Classic versus Rogue, I think, as the game plan. I think that's what we are all going to go for. Let's send it. Let's do it. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player here is going to be Rogue, taking on the red Protoss in the top right corner of the map. We're going to have Skillus. It's a little bit of PvZ action, getting set up early. Going here on Blackrock. So hey, this is exciting because we've not actually seen this map yet, so let's have a little look around. This is the first time we're seeing Blackrock in the entire tournament. It's been one of the heavily vetoed maps. Why is it so heavily vetoed? What don't players like? The main base looks pretty normal. The natural is fine. It's a low ground natural onto a same level third. So what, your main just goes to the natural and then we're kind of low ground already for the rest of the map? This is tripping me. Is that a ramp? The terrain is making me trip out. I can't tell whether that's high ground or a ramp. That must be a ramp, right? I feel like my brain's trying to figure out what's a ramp and what isn't a ramp. Huh. It looks like Warcraft 3. Awesome. Nice. I mean, that is awesome, but it's... the design's tripping me out a bit. Yay. All good. Alright, so we got ourselves Cyber Core, the Nexus continue to come through. We're just going to see the assimilator still coming into place. Hatching the pool coming up as well. All the map except the main base is on the same level. Okay, so I think the reason I think it's a ramp is because I'm so much expecting it to be a ramp. That's fascinating that everything's on the low ground. Because so much of what usually details the middle of the map is high ground, low ground positions and interactions and so on and so forth. So if you take that away, what are we doing? You know, like, is the middle of the map interesting enough to kind of stand on its own? It's very heavily line of sight blocked. There's a lot of different rocks on the map, and that's how we're going to try and make up for it. Interesting. And I imagine that's why, because how do you make the middle of the map interesting if you take away one of the key features about how middle of maps work in StarCraft 2? Yeah, this was really tripping me out, though. I think because I'm just expecting this to be a ramp. Expecting that to be a ramp. Like, I'm like, where's the ramp? My brain, I can't see it, so my brain's trying to see it for me. Alright, Adept is going to go on a bit of a shade down to the bottom here for a few moments. Just going to move that over for a little bit right now. And step around with this and see what we can do. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Just going to see that one. Adept is going to try and shade by for the next few moments as well. A couple Lings going to try and get after the Adept also. And the Adept is going to cancel its shade, not going to commit with that just yet. Link speed coming by, the drones continuing. A couple Queens are going to go and put some damage onto the Adept as well. Get more damage being done there. And And Lings, Queens gather up. Tuma at the front going to be gathering around also. So again, getting that all joined up. Warp Gate and the Nexus building through. A couple probes in the Oracle. Queens hatching drones. And a Spore Crawler into the main mineral line. And away we go. Board's still chilling out overhead. Just going to be having ourselves again the Warp Gate, the Oracle, Nexus, and a couple of probes all continue to build by. So again, we get a lot of that on the way up right now. Got a lot of that settled into place. And Twilight Council and the gates continue to produce then. And we just bring that in for the moment. So far, looking reasonable. Couple gates going to go down over on the sides, get those in position straight away. You see a couple of the Lings already latching themselves onto this Nexus for a few moments. And peeling back. Couple drones on the other sides. The Oracle actually seeing success right from the start. And Oracle continues to move over. Just going to get toward the bottom right side. So a couple Oracles together. I'm going to gather in. We're seeing everything else coming back around. And again, a couple Queens gather up. Just going to reset here for a couple moments. Ling's going to get a bit of a wraparound again. Going to be seeing the Queens getting after those Oracles for a couple of moments. So, getting over there. Getting set up for a few moments. Well, the last still building. The drone's on the way. Add a Queen on also just for now. It's going to be those Stalkers trying to push those Zerglings back the other way as well. So, again, chasing that back in that direction. +1 blink, both building through. And again, the Robo Facility, probes, continue to get going. For now, add a couple more Stalkers into place. And just bring everything up. Hydroden building, Lings on the way. +1 missile upgrade, also producing through. Looking very reasonable across the board at the moment. Here comes this Zergling back over to that right side. Stalker's going to get there and play cleanup on that Zergling just initially. And the Oracles will gather around. Just going to see the Stalker still moving downward for a few more moments. Well, still starts pushing. Getting active at the front here and putting some pressure on. And obviously he uses the stasis wards to try and help back him up behind this as well. So we'll be going to utilize that, I'm sure, in a major way sooner rather than later. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still poking. A couple of creep teamers continuing to go down. I'm just going to be seeing a couple more of these creep teamers being picked off at the moment. So we continue to step over. Get some damage dealt there. For the moment, the Ling's going to get a wrap around. Oh, that's not a good blink because the Lings are right there. So he basically blinked into a further surround. That just wasn't good enough of a blink. You blinked back and it just didn't take you very far. The Lings were still there. The surround happens and that's a massive loss. Skillus tries to recall, but he just loses so many Stalkers. He just lost 8 Stalkers in this game, and that is massive at this point. Rogue's going to be killing it in the resources loss tab. And he is going to try and pressure now a few Zealots here. Probably going to deter their Lings, but obviously this is amazing because that's a lot of the key units down. The problem is if you rebuild Stalkers, they're very expensive. So if you rebuild Stalkers, what ends up happening is you rebuild units which are just not very kind of good long term. I mean, Stalkers are good, but they're expensive for how much they cost. So you build them early, you get value all game long, it's good. Now if you rebuild those Stalkers, it's going to be very expensive too, and I think that's going to actually be quite a big issue. I think that's something we have to be very cautious of. Is +2, +1, the charge all coming by, the Immortal coming up, Temple Archives and a few gateways continue into play just as we go for the moment. Continue to bring a lot of this around. The Oracle's going to dance about, just going to drop a Revelation in, just going to see the rest of the Lings back into the center, Hydras as well. +2 attack, +1 armor, Storm and the charge continuing to produce at the moment, so again we bring a lot of that into play. The Oracles are still moving over. So a lot of Ling Hydra, like I say, it's going to open the door for this attack basically as Rogue. He's going to get the opportunity to send this, as do jump onto the Nexus, jump onto that pylon. Taking those out, just going to come in, take another pylon out as well, a couple more stepping forward. Again, the +2, +1, Storm all building. Lots of setup at the moment here. Lots of build-up happening as we just have the Infestation Pit. The Lings and the Hydras continuing through. +2 missiles coming about. It's going to be the Drop Lords are going for a big load-up. Going to go up that right side and get ready to go into the main base. So big unload into the main. Next few seconds, get that going. And we unload into this main momentarily. The Ling Hydra still in the center of the map as well, getting set up right now. And it's going to keep swarming the front. I mean, now we drop in the main as well. It's going to be very tough, I think, as you just see those Lings and those Hydras continue to fight. A couple of gates going down. The Storm comes down in the main defensively. There's a few High Templars still left in the background. Obviously, none of them in position to defend the low ground, though, so this position is absolutely, well, it's troubled. To say the least, it's pretty darn troubled. It's not going to be ideal. Ling Hydra continues to push around. The Zealots are going to keep on dropping. This really is feeling like an absolute disaster. Hard to really love this as we just have ourselves the rest of this coming through. Just going to be seeing a couple of Hydras coming about. The Oracles go down. The High Templars are still storming, pushing that away to the sides. And again, 26 probes dropping. And we just see the Zealots and the Immortals and everything else gathering to the front. A few more of those Lings and Hydras backing away from this as well. Well, just going to be seeing the High Templars and the Immortals continue to gather about. So again, we get settled here for a few moments. Just going to be seeing these units gathering together. On the bottom side, the Ling Hydra moves away. Again, plus 2 missiles coming about. The Hive and the Hydra still building through. The Prism and the Archon building up as well. So we got a lot of extras kind of going here already. Just going to be seeing the Zealots are going to charge forward and just get after a couple more of those creep tumors for the moment. Lings coming around, actually going to knock those rocks down. A couple of Lings going to get splattered even. Yeah, plus 2 missiles. The Lurk is still coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple storms coming down. Hydra's taking some damage. High Templar actually in a little bit of trouble as well, so also going to have to be careful of that. Going to be coming back through. It's just going to be coming back along. I'm just going to be seeing the army coming over. You can see the Lings, the Hydras continue to come around for a little bit. So again, trying to see a bit of what else is going on. Big push. The Hydras actually jumping onto these Zealots. There's just not enough damage here at all, and that is going to do it. That is going to be all we need in terms of that. So that is going to be a cleanup. Let's see, take this one down. Alrighty, guys, that is going to wrap us up here. On that game. So, on to the next one in a few moments. We'll get this ready to rumble. Cool. Let's set up for game number 2 then, guys. Cool. I'm going to have to run ads. I just need to BRB 1 second, guys. I'm just going to put the break screen up. I'll be right back with you in a moment. welcome back, everybody. Thank you for that. We are diving into Game 2 here as Rogue holds a 1-0 lead over Skillus. Second map coming right into action as we get this going. Get this started up right about now. Rainfall coming through. Get this hosted up in a second. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have this blue Protoss player who's down a game, see if he can bring it back. It is going to be Skillus. Taking on the red Zerg in the top left corner of the map, it is going to be Rogue. Alright, so we're getting underway here in another game. Get this on the go already. Get this going to see what is going to happen. Spawn pool coming down, so hatch gas and pool going to be the early beginnings of this one. Get this on the way and get this started initially. I'm just going to be having our setup looking pretty regular for the first moments of this. So yeah, we get that started up and see where things will go from here. Alright, so we about a little bit. It's going to take a couple seconds to get this underway and see what happens. Obviously, you got a little bit of cheekiness over here, though. We're going to proxy the Stargate, so it's kind of interesting that we're going to proxy the Stargate of all things. Not really what the typical expectation might look like. Just get this going down this corner then. And we'll see if Rogue can figure it out. We'll see if Skillus get some good damage off this. Obviously, it being proxied, the idea is hopefully that you come in as a little bit more of a surprise factor to usual. So we'll see if that is true or not. See if that is true or not. Things on the way, link speed building, a couple of things already moving out, a couple of queens gathering together, that creep spread continue to come through as well, so we just get a lot of that on the go just initially, and bringing that all through. I'm going to run toward the upper right side. Rogue's actually scouting just around the map in general at the moment here, going to come across, going to hit this probe for a couple of seconds, going to get a bit of damage here as well. Lings and the queens all coming through, we just have ourselves the other link coming about. Oracle actually being pretty successful over in this position as well. Pretty well for itself. And then doing some damage. Oracle ends up escaping away. The Lings try and jump onto that pylon. And you see the Oracle is going to pop out, so a second Oracle through. Obviously, it's important to keep these Oracles alive. They still are your Oracles for kind of the game, right? So it is, like I say, pretty important to keep them alive and to kind of keep that going. So yeah, nice to see that being brought into action here already. A couple Oracles heading down the bottom. Those Lings going to wrap around. It's going to play a little bit of a cleanup here over the next few moments as well. So clean up for a little bit. And just going to be having the couple drones, the Lings, the Overlord, all of that still continuing about right now as well. Well, that Nexus still coming through. Charge and the +1 attack upgrade coming up as well. The couple Oracles will once again get active from Skillus, so he's just going to try and go straight at Charge, straight at Archons. Up against a melee upgrade, this feels good. Skipping the Stalkers against melee typically is a big win. This is typically one of the better ways that this can go for you, so we like to see that already. I'm just going to see those Oracles pulling back around. Stalker just going to be, with the high ground vision, able to push through there for a couple of seconds. Just going to take that away. And a couple of Oracles just going to be hanging about there for a few moments. So again, get that set up, get this rolling. Just going to be seeing that melee upgrade Queen all coming through on the left side. That Stargate finally depowered, starting to get chipped away at a few more Zerglings setting out active on the map as well. Zerglings will try and move through once again. Actually going to try and wrap around onto this position for a few moments. So just trying to see what else we can do for a second. So there's not a lot just yet. So just going to see the probes going down though. So I mean, it's nice to kind of get and just do some damage. Map layout is nice just to take the 5 bases on. You can kind of see that the 5 bases are going to come along very easily here on the side of on the side of Rogue. So he gets to these 5 bases pretty comfortably. That's not going to be an issue at all. As we continue through and just figure out what next part of this plan might be. It's going to involve Zealots, Archons, and the rest kind of heading to the top side apparently. So I'm going to make a bit of a movement initially. The Zealots and the Archons gather up. A few littlings coming back around as well, trying to see what else they can get up to. Not much just yet, just going to knock down some rocks. We are going to pull away. Skillus' army good. I mean, Bane Speed not done. This might be an opportunity for him to go and maybe get a little bit of something done. Like maybe this is the opening we're kind of looking for here a little bit, right? Try and get something out of this right now. Could be decent. Could be nice. But we'll see what happens. These Zealots and the Archons are going to have to pull away for a couple of moments. Archon's just going to hang about there. The Ling Bane still joining back around. Just seeing the rest of this collecting together. Again, those few Lings getting caught already, so getting caught up, seeing where we go. Archon's going to try and press forward again. Ling Bane now has that Baneling speeds. Definitely going to help. The Hydra's on the way. Will definitely help as well. As we come straight across, just going to be seeing these units getting set for the moment here and continuing to try and fight around. Unfortunately for Skillus, this did not really do enough. I mean, he actually comes out supply-wise, I think, pretty okay, and he's still ahead on workers. But he does have to fall back to at least reinforce a bit, although I'm not sure if I'm really super upset about him having to reinforce, to be honest. Like, seems kind of fine still. Still seems like a pretty reasonable situation to be in. Archons and the Immortals gather. The Stalker going to pull off to the sides. Just going to go poking for a little bit here. And get this Overlord taking some damage. The few Zerglings coming back around as well for the moment. Yeah, the Hydra's coming over. The Lings continue about just for a couple seconds here. Get that underway. Drones going down. Just going to try and find their way across for a little bit as well. Trying to see what else we can do. Lurker coming about. Infestation Pit is building also. Continue to bring this around. Hydra's into the center of the map now. And again, +2 attack upgrade. The Storm coming by. Continue to bring this into place. Like I say, just for the moment as the Hydras continue to gather up. Stargate may finally meet its end in the next few moments. It's been getting chipped away at for a little while now, and I'd like to say actually go down this time as the Storm and the +2 attack upgrade continue through. Nexus and the Immortal coming up. Look at Den, 5, the extra Lings all producing. Continue to bring that into play as well here just for now. So again, getting a lot of that set up and running in the next few moments. Like I said, up Hive and the Evo Champ on the way. There's a few of those Zelds coming around as well. Going to be stepping over here. The Ling's going to get a wrap around, and you're going to see those Zelds getting caught, picked off, and pushed back straight away as well. It's just going to get shoved out of here for a couple seconds. No problem at all. Yeah, some missiles, Overlord speed, the Hydra speed coming up as well. Those extra lurkers still building. Hive continue to come about, and we have this Overseer still stepping around also to try and get involved in this. Just going to be bringing this back over. As the seismic spines coming through that, look at them coming about also. So again, we bring that into play just for now, get that going. And these few lurkers still gathering up. So a few more of them going to burrow just right off the bat. And it's going to see the adrenal guns and the seismic spines all building through. The +1 missile upgrade as well. Like I say, Rogue getting into a lot of the things. Skillus really came out of the big fight earlier in honestly a pretty good position. I kind of liked where he was at, but now it's starting to feel like we're switching away back into a position it's not I don't like his position, but I don't love it as much as I loved it before. Like before, I actually felt like he was in a pretty good spot coming out of the fight and everything. I felt it was like a really reasonable place and direction of the game for him to kind of move in. And like I say, now I'm not quite as sold on that, I guess. It's going to see the +3 attack, the armor upgrade still coming through. Air weapons, blink, mortal producing. There's going to be some Lings running down here. Of course, each base at this point should have a good amount of stacked defense attached to it. And you're going to definitely see the kind of defensive nature of all these bases on this map. I think both players on this map are going to look at this and say, well, yeah, I can defend this base, or I can defend this amount of bases, and so on and so forth, as the Immortal Archon looking around. Just going to be seeing the Hydras and the Lings going to get caught for a couple of seconds as well. So just going to be moving around with this. And going to get moving over. We're actually going to take this fight. Wow, we're going to try and fight into these lurkers. There's kind of a lot of lurkers as well, so I'm not overly in love with the play. I don't hate it. I mean, we do push them back a little, but we take a lot of damage in the process. Skillus needs to be cautious. A round of reinforcements could absolutely send things the wrong way very quickly, basically. So I'm going to try and re-engage through. Always important right now to try and take advantage of these lurkers when they're not protected. Like, when there's a few of them left, then yes, I like a lot more. Before, it was just there was so many. They were almost protected, I think, as well. You could say they were protected by the positioning. There's also kind of a factor that we could have maybe looked at there, so... We're seeing the extra lurkers coming through. I mean, we had zealots all over the bases. They've been able to kind of do very well for themselves as well. So that's been a big factor in all of this as well. They've also been a pretty big deal. And we're seeing those lurkers. We'll get back over again. Just going to get straight in after the... rest of this for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the storm coming down once more. So can we gather this about? I'm just going to be having the Tempest still flying away at the Overseer, so a little bit more being done still. This army's still trying to push through. Rogue supply is booming at this point. He's also going to get rid of the base on the left. And Skillus is just going to run out of stuff. Rogue taking some decent fights, just kind of back-to-back, essentially. And we're going to have ourselves the Tempest firing away. A few more shots coming through. I think this one really is on the verge of being done. A couple more storms will drop straight down. I think that really is going to probably just do it. GG gets called. Rogue takes game number 2 of this best of 3 and is able to get this W. Well, these are the 2 best of 3s in this group, guys. So I think let's do the, like I say, we're going to do Rogue Clem next, just because I think Rogue Clem is a good matchup. Obviously, I mean, no denying that. Don't need to explain that to you guys. But I'm actually pretty happy to kind of just kick that off as our next game here and go into this. I'll get this ready to go in a second, guys. And I just messed up. Oh, Ellie's here. Ellie, baby, hi. I don't have any food and you're here. What's going on? Hello. Hi. Good to see you. Good to see you. Want your toy? Want your toy, Ellie? Ready? You ready? For you. Oh god. I don't know what I hit, but I hit something. Yikes. Cool. Alright, let me try and actually host this game up properly this time. Rogue Clem on Washout. Yo, thank you for the donation. Was that bits? It was bits. Andy, thank you so much for the 500 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As, yeah, let's get this hosted up. Kick this off in just a moment for you guys. For Doggo, I will pass the message on. I'll pass the message on. I'll try and give it to her. She doesn't accept money all the time though, you know. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's click watch and let's get this on the go, guys. Let's send it. Let's do this. Perfect. Alright, we're going to go into Washout for opening game of Clem and Rogue. In the bottom left-hand side, to start us off, we're going to have ourselves Rogue, the blue Zerg player. Game one of this BO3. Listen to play. And kicking this off. And in the top right, our red Terran player is going to be Mr. Clem. Get him started on this one as well. Bring this about, get this rolling for a couple of moments. What are we going to have early? Just an SCV, a scout initially. Going to take that across the other side. So bring that over. Get that straight through. So we're just going to be chilling a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the drone spotted, so he's going to try and deny the third hatch location. Might force Rogue to go into the other one, which is actually happening straight away. Ripper's actually going to try and chase down this drone rather than going to the other location, though. I thought he might step kind of in that direction instead, but apparently not going to be the case. Reaper putting a bit of damage in, just initially. We're going to see the Reaper coming about, so we step through for just a couple seconds. It's going to be having the starport and the command center continue to build up as well, so we bring that straight into play. Just for a little bit, Link's be coming around. Obviously, the Reaper is the exciting part of this for the moment. So we work through these early stages, and the Queen just going to be here. Important match in the group then. Obviously, Clem is 2-1, has lost to Classic. Classic is going to be sitting at 3-0. Rogue is 2-0. If Rogue wins this, him and Classic would play for first place straight up at the last match. If Clem wins this, he goes 3-1, and then the result of Rogue Classic becomes very important. What obviously is already kind of known is that this matchup is already kind of, these players, Rogue Classic and Clem, are all going to be going to the playoffs. But third place starts in the lower bracket, whereas first and second place start in the upper bracket. So there is a pretty big deal based on what happens in this match, because obviously, like I say, third place, I mean, if Clem loses this, for example, he'd be 2-2, he would be third place, he would have to start the TLM seed playoffs in the lower bracket, which is obviously really, really brutal. So that is a possibility, that is something that may very well happen. We will be finding out shortly. Obviously, you'll see what happens in this game here on Washout. A couple of Hellions and the Reaper together are going to be coming around for a couple of moments, so we're just going to set up there for a little bit. And I'm just going to be seeing a couple of Hellions still trying to fight through. The Queens are going to be here to try and fight as well. And Banshee, Hellion, the Cloaking all coming through. The Queen and the Drones continue to come about also for a few more seconds. I'm going to bring that into place right now. Banshee coming around. It's going to be seeing the Cloaking coming through there. Continue to get that going for a couple of moments. We bring that over. Just going to see these Queens stepping up. Banshee, Marine, Cloaking, Stimp back again. Little bits of everything on the way through. Just going to see a little bit of this creep coming forward. Immediately denied by these few Hellions. It's going to be a nice little grab as we catch that and get that on the way. Just going to see the Hellions then going to loop back around over to the right-hand side. So they're going to bounce around over here. They're going to get moving for a little bit. And yeah, just going to put some damage onto this hatchery. So damage being dealt. Hatchery taking some shots. You're all going to see the Queen stepping over. All of those extractors still coming through. The Evo Chambers coming up as well. I'm just going to be having our Hellions coming about and still nibbling for... Well, Hellion goes down. We are going to see ourselves the Queens actually chasing after the Banshees for a couple of moments here. Just trying to find a little bit of something extra for the next few seconds. Banshees and the Hellions moving upwards. So again, just going to move them around. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack coming through. And we're actually going to see the Zerglings here. They're going to be met and kind of dealt with pretty quickly at the front too. So just going to clean that up as well. Push that back, and then these Banshees going to pull back over. That's 7 SCVs going down already, so pretty serious number, honestly. Let's continue about for the moment. It's going to have 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack coming through, the Siege Tank, the Medevac, and the Marines all building as well, so continue to get that on the go. The 1-1 upgrade is also producing. Just going to be seeing these Hellions are continuing to push the creep spread down. Clem with that third base taken, and again the Banshees now pulling back. They can play a bit of defense over here. They can help to hold this position a little while. It's going to drop this factory down into place as well. Marine, Tank, Banshee on the move once more then. Heading down to the bottom side of the map. Getting into position. Marine Tank coming over. Just going to see the Fuelings going to go darting over. Medevac's going to be there to try and help. The Banshees will be in position. Just going to see the Medevacs turning this away. I'm just going to be seeing the Banshees still moving. The Marines going to start stemming into the bottom side here. A couple of Queens are going to begin to show up as well. Just going to get those over in position here. The Marines going to be good to get a Queen. Just going to be grabbing that initially. And this is a nice little jump in just while there's no units really here to really help out with this at all. Makes this a little bit difficult to do much about. Banshee's pulling over, just going to get rid of a couple more of these Hydras. So again, trying to do something a little extra here for the moment. Continue to try and punch in. Hydras and the Queen's going to go back the other way. So we again go back in that direction for a moment or two. Missile and Carapace upgrades all building up. A couple Medevacs are going to come across as well. continue to settle down into this for now. Hold on. Medivacs, Marines, and the 2-2. Keep on building. Just gonna see the drilling close producing. Again, Widowmines, Medivacs, and Marines still popping out every here and there. Overall looking pretty reasonable as we get the rest of this coming through. Muscle Organ's going to be there as well. Ling Hydra has to pull back across for a little while. Baneling speed coming through. A few more Marines are coming down already again. Yeah, just looking to again deal with that as of right now. Step by for a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane going to try and come over as well. Just going to be seeing the tank still firing. A couple more of those Lings getting pushed back. The Marines and the Hellbats are coming back over once again. Now a bit of Biomine back over in this direction as well. Heading back over to the right side here. Maybe repositioning once more. And we settle ourselves down as we have this push forward. Hydra's going to be coming through. Again, 2-2 upgrades, that combat shield coming about as well, so we take a couple moments on this. Extra Hydra Bane coming down the bottom right. Clem is pushing in as well, so again, trying to use this typical Terran multi-prong to just try and give himself some opportunity here. On the bottom right, the Widowmine hits on the Hydras. On the left side, we're going to be going once again now as well, so we're all having to hold on in multiple directions. You're not going to have a few Banelings going down. Banelings off creep, obviously not having a good time here either, so that's also not exactly ideal at the moment. Not a great situation overall, as you see the Lings going to try and come back the other way. Just going to be seeing the Hydras, the Banes, the Lings all running through. Just going to see the Marines turning back onto this. Turning back into that for a couple of seconds. Marines going to keep pushing. We have a Baneling. We actually just lift up and back away. Clem dropping in the main base. That gets denied. The few Marines here is only a few Marines actually, so that's actually not even too crazy a group of numbers either. Going to see the Marines still fighting. Just going to be seeing the hatchery coming back up. Still taking some damage and still definitely in some little bits of trouble here. And those Banes setting up once again. 16 of them currently morphing, plus 2 missiles, plus 2 melee, all producing as well. So again, a lot of that coming in right now. It's going to be seeing these Marines, mines, everything gathering. Wouldn't mind shot going. A few Hydras take some damage on the bottom side. A few Marines unloading after some Lings. In the top left, the medevac is just about going to be slipping out of there and staying safe enough for the moment as well. So just going to escape for the moment. 10 drones going down. Clem definitely feeling like he's got control of Washout at this point in time. Looking good to potentially go up a map in this BO3. Looking very good in that regard, actually. Lip range coming about. Bio unit's going to get through. A couple of those creep teamers being cleaned out as well. Just going to see that. Also getting knocked away at here for the moment. The Bio medevac back around. Yep, got a Hydra Bane. Just going to push forward, and a couple of Widowmines also getting cleaned up as well. So just getting a bit more pickup on this. Biomine again, just regathering again. Just going to be continuing to fight. 5 workers going down. We have got the Hydra Bane on the left. So Rogue actually getting the chance to be aggressive himself, but down 20-30 supply is really not an ideal situation for him in the slightest, so definitely a bit away from where we want to be. And those Widowmines regathering and just figuring out how we want to continue approaching this over the next few moments. Fire Force continuing to come back along. And we're going to fight for a couple of seconds. The Banes is going to roll up as well. Going to rock up to try and do a little extra on the top side. The Hydras turn away again. The Banes have busted through the depots into the mineral line as we go after these SCVs. Going to get straight through for some work. And we are going to see a bunch of those SCVs going down already as witnessable right now. Damage being done. 19 workers killed. The Hydras to the bottom left. The Bio Army going to continue over as well. The Hydraling Bane still pushing through. Widowmine's going to get good shots. Wow, that one is very fortunate for Rogue to not go off. As, that could have been disastrous. He needs to try and be careful at the moment because, yeah, things can go very wrong very quickly here. Adrenal glands are still moving through. Liberator's going to siege up, get on top of these lurkers. Bio still pushing in. Oh my god, the Marines not having a good time. Hey, these lurkers are going to do some work here, and the base goes down as Clem loses a forward position. That's actually going to be pretty substantial right away. That is a factor, you know, that is something to note, and that is, like I say, fairly substantial as we do have a couple of libs continuing to siege, and honestly, these libs should be okay, maybe? Like, libs are pretty good against the Hydras. We just didn't have any support for them at all, though. With a 0 support, actually, it is a little bit scarier than we might have initially expected. Now that Liberator goes down as well, just going to be seeing the additional libs trying to siege up, trying to get back in position. Continue to get a little more done, just going to continue to rally around here for a few more moments. And just going to be seeing the siege up as well over in this position, so we get that going too. At the same time, Clem is on the other side of the map. This little drop is putting some work in also, so also just getting some work done for a little while. Again, definitely doing a decent job of things. Just kind of recovering. Liberator and the Marines continue to come about, and we just bring those still further into play at the moment. Hydra's Overlord Speed and company continue to come around as well. So again, we get that up. Hydra's and the Lings is going to go in after the Command, and the Command Center is still taking some shots. Taking a few more hits for sure. The Liberator sieging up on top of those. Sorry, excuse me, on top of this position. I'm just trying to handle this. Next few moments. Again, Marines, SCVs coming about, the Viper's coming through, the Hydra, and the Lings continue to build as well, so we just bring a lot of that up and running. This medevac gets shot down already. So we will see the Ling Hydra's going to get there, Marine's going to get grabbed. We do have our Vipers and the Lings still continue to produce. Plus 3 Carapace is building through as well, so again, getting that into position at the moment. Yeah, a couple of SCVs. Everything else still gathering about for the moment. He's just going to get underneath this Overlord. It's going to get blown up by the Widow Mine. Well, this game really took a swing. How many times does it happen? You get to Lurkers to the Zerg, and the Lurkers open their way back into the game for you. I mean, it makes sense. It's such a critical part of the game for the, for the Zerg player. Getting to them and surviving to them so often does make the difference. In this case, that's absolutely been true. So in that regard, it's been very nice here. Let's just have the plus 3 Carapace still coming about. The Ghost and the Liberator still building. Marines Lib gathering as well. Just going to have the Ling Hydra still joining up together. Plus 3 Carapace coming through. Widow Mines, Liberator, and Ghosts continue to produce. Vipers and the Hydras make their way up toward the top. Ling's going to morph into a few Banelings as well. Just going to get that set up and get that underway as well here. Extra Bane's morphing, and the Marines and the Liberator setting up. The Orbital going to step forward. We're going to have ourselves the little push through then. There's going to be this army getting joined together right now. So the Widow Mine going off onto the Overseer for a couple seconds as well, and we are going to see the rest of this Hydra Bane still getting into action. So again, keeping this going, big push through. Rogue with a 70 supply lead, looks as though he may be washing Clem out of washout. I actually really think he is as well. This is looking good for Mr. Rogue. Whoa, what a turnaround in this opening game, because it really felt like Clem was kind of bullying the guy back a little bit. Obviously, a couple of mistakes made. There was a couple of forgets here and there in some of the setup, but generally speaking, like, hard not to look at this and vibe heavily as Rogue takes this one, and that will be that. Big catch there as we ready ourselves for another game in just a few moments, guys. Alright, second map between these two is going to be on Wavebreaker. So from Washout to Wavebreaker, we'll just run some ads and kick into this. Man, Bro has such a knack of beating Clem. It's kind of crazy to me, like, how often he's able to beat Clem. Like, I really feel like this should not happen anywhere near as much, but yeah. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. Crazy. All right. Let's get this going then. Let's kick this back off and into action as we get going on Wavebreaker. Get ready to kick this into more games. Alright, let's go again, guys. Thanks for a little bit of patience. Let's dive in to Clem Rogue, game number 2. In the bottom left, down a game is going to be Clem. And top right, our red Zerg is going to be Rogue. Alright, game 2, there's BO3, kicking this off, getting this going. Gas and the racks coming about as well. SCV coming down, getting this settled in for a few moments. Just bring this into play. So yeah, actually a couple drones coming about. Obviously the setup from Clem is set back at home. See how TVZ plays here on Wavebreaker. Obviously TVZ is a matchup which is always so good. Kind of like the TVT, right? Such a good matchup for kind of testing the maps. Oftentimes it goes late. You see a lot of larger army movements. There's a lot of back and forth and split map pushing and everything. And all of these things are just naturally very good things to have happen when you want to test a map. Like, they give you really good insight as to how these things go. So yeah, I think that's going to be cool to see play out. I'm just going to see a hatch and a drone coming up for a few moments. Overlord coming across. And again, there is the spawning pool coming about. Just going to see the hatch drone pool coming into play a few moments here. What else are we getting up to right now? Not much just yet. Overlord still coming about. Again, the queens and the lings coming over. SCV pulling back for a couple seconds too. Again, queens, lings, drone, overlord, everything building there. The overlord over here chilling. One SCV heading down the map as well. Also just going to come on a little bit of a journey into the bottom. Try and see what else will happen. Drop the triple CC into place. And we do, have the Reaper already dancing, but doesn't get any kills, so not much missed over here. We settle down. Yeah, Link Speed Queen, Overlord and the drones keep on building through. Starport and the command center coming up as well. The Overlord command also building into play at the moment. Continue to bring that online. And that's Reaper low, but kind of playing. Would like to deny that creep team, obviously. That would be amazing. We're just not going to be able to reach. Not going to be able to get there for that one, at least, as the, again, Link Speed continues to come through for the moment. Back across. I'm just going to be hopping up. Lings are going to see, and they're going to react and pull back down for a couple of seconds. So, yeah, just pulling away from this, trying to escape through from any sort of potential trouble. But comes up, and we're going to take a bit more damage, a few more shots coming around. And yeah, a couple queens going to gather there as well to help deal with this for a couple seconds as well. Link Speed, Overlord, a few queens coming through. Getting that on the way. Are you having two Hellions and the Reaper continue to come by, and the Lings moving across as well. Queen's still going to be there. A few more Zerglings firing away. A couple of those Lings getting grabbed. The drone and the rest of this continue to come through. And as we do see those Zerglings still chasing by up to that top side. Banshee and the Hellions will keep on building. That cloaking is coming up. You get one more drone kill. And like I say, there, drones, all of that coming in for the moment. We're just coming down, trying to see what else we are trying to do. Couple queens are going to be there. Aliens getting pushed back around once again here, so again getting chased away for a couple of seconds. Again, these aliens coming back over, just going to be seeing the queen continue to come back around as well. Just going to be seeing the queens together, going to be continuing in for this for a couple of seconds, and we continue to get through this. I mean, there's going to be the lair, there's going to be the drones in production, so we bring that about also here. Just going to see the Banshee firing, and the drone's already taking some damage. The Ling's coming down to the bottom also for a little bit. Banshee going to get a few more shots of a few drones going down just initially as well. Just seeing that coming through right away. Again, Overseer coming over. Just going to be seeing that Hydrogen still coming by. Let's bring this up a little bit. And again, 1-1 upgrades and that stim pack building through. Tank and the Marines continue to produce as we move on this. And yeah, seeing where else get to in these next few moments. Again, missile upgrades from Rogue, so he's going to play this a bit differently to the last game. Get into those missiles, get into the Hydra upgrades initially, just play Ling Hydra, but into the Infestation Pit, and then kind of from there, we'll see what he can maybe do. Collect Banshees, just going to whack just initially, and again, the 1-1 coming about, the Infestation Pit coming by for a couple of moments. Put some work in. These Banshees coming back around again, so again trying to see what else we can do for a moment. And Banshees regather. So just take a second. Again, the upgrades coming through, the Hydra's coming in. We are going to be seeing the Marine tank going to make their way across the map, so stepping over there for a few moments and seeing where we can get to. And we are going to be seeing Clem on a little bit of a shove up to the top right gun wave breaker, so makes a dive onto the creep. One tank in the center, one tank high ground. Terrans always love ledges, and this is going to be one of those scenarios where a few Hydras will try and get toward the tank that will not go too well for you. And so, yeah, having to split the army kind of left and right, and obviously that naturally leads to overcommitments in one direction and just makes it so good for the Terran to manipulate the map and to try and make things go in their favor, typically. So it's a little bit of what you're seeing there. As I just say, a couple of Infestors still coming around as well, so continue to bring that over for a moment. The upgrades continuing by also, and yeah, +1 missiles and +1 Carapace is about to be done, so the upgrades are going to be there in the next few moments. That's definitely going to be a big help as well. We've seen the fungal growth actually coming in. Oh, nice catch. First infested as well. One of them gets blown up, but the fungals do a lot of damage. They hold Clem down for a few seconds. Giving Rogue a not bad start to this, as we are going to be seeing the Marines still holding tight. This position definitely what Clem likes. We've been sat here for a few moments because this is where the action is happening apparently. I was going to see the Marines medevacs tanks all joining together still, and do you see the couple of lurkers still coming by? The extra Hydras on the way in also, just for a moment or two. Medevacs are kind of low. Can those tanks get rid of another Infestor? They may have bigger issues. They may want to focus on the Hydras. We actually don't even get the tanks. I thought the tanks may be about to go down there, but apparently not the case. So, yeah, even that's not going to be too much of a problem for now. These tanks coming back over. Just going to be seeing those couple of tanks getting jumped on. Just going to grab them. Just going to deal with this very nicely. And again, the 2G upgrades continue to come around here. Couple extra drones, Lings, and Hydras all building through. 2 +1 vehicle weapons, the Marines tank and the medevac still building in, the extra barracks in production. Army comes over to this far right hand side to try and get a little bit more out of this just for a couple seconds as well. We just have everything else gathering back through. So we set this up, get this on the way. Yeah, 2-2 coming around. Clem in the end finally backs off. I mean, credit to Rogue. This Terranomi was basically camped out here like it lived there. And Rogue lives long enough to actually, stay alive and keep kicking during it. Not fun, but now he's onto a much better army composition than he was originally, right? So now he's going to have some extra factors kind of going his way, so that's going to be nice to have some of these bits and pieces that will help him out. Baneling Nest coming through, the hatchery coming around as well. A couple of hatches. Overload speed, and the adrenal glands and the rest continue to come in line as we speak. The Marines on the bottom side just going to get over, and I'm just going to take out the hatchery straight away. Just going to grab that nice and easy. No problem at all. Again, Nidus Networks coming up still. A little bit more Ling Hydra coming through. Have ourselves the Marine's going to continue up to the top, and an Overlord is actually going to be grabbed, I think. Oh, Clem's going to drop the scan, so he's going to turn away from what would have been kind of guaranteed kill on the Overlord, I think. More than likely. I'm just going to be seeing the Fungal does land on the Medivac, so we're going to double down for it. Any anti-air nearby apart from the Fungal? Alright, he's going to drop the third Fungal to hit this Medivac again. The Queen gets there. It's full Medivac. It's worth it. It's just now your Infestors are a little bit dry on energy for a while, so that part may be worth keeping in mind also. And still overall pretty worthwhile. Hydra Lurker pulls back over to the right, and just going to reset in this direction for a few moments as well. And the Overlord's still coming up, Ling's on the way, and +1 melee, +3 carapace all continue to produce for the moment. Hydra Ling getting across there, the Medivac going to have to pull back and away too. Just going to still see the 3-3 upgrades continuing into action now. Let's go on the right side to see what else is going on. And again, +1 melee, +3 carapace. All of this building through for the moment. All those Overseers coming online. The Marine tank Ghost and the Medivacs head to the upper left-hand side as well. It's just going to be going straight across there for a little bit. And yeah, just going to be seeing this army continue to head to the upper left-hand side. It's just going to come straight through for that. It's going to knock down this Nidus, knock down this hatchery. That's going to be the target for now. And this base will fall. This will be cleaned up at least. Again, 3-3 upgrades, +2 vehicle weapons, the cloaking and everything else coming by as well. Fire army coming back down the left, a couple of ghosts, and the tanks here going to join up, just going to jump onto these couple of lurkers. And see those getting blasted for a few moments here as well. Good shots with the lurkers initially. And that's going to be a good defense from Clem. So he deals with that, as you've got to be careful, big clumps of Terran units. No baneling speed still from Rogue. Uh-oh, yeah, let's start that up. He's going to realize that immediately. He's like, well, there's no way I'm coming out of this fight without recognizing that I'm in a little bit of trouble without my bane speed. Yeah, like I say, Clem's Terran units, though, you got to be careful because it only takes one Mega Fungal and games swing and change in a moment when in those scenarios, right? So, something to watch out for. As you're going to see the melee upgrade, the +3 carapace, all coming through. And the bio going to split up a couple of these changelings. Pretty easy for us to potentially jump on as well. Going to see a Queen already having to back it up a few more moments. The Hydras coming on in. And just going to see those other Banes coming about as well. Trying to get the snipes down onto the Overseers. Does not find it. So not going to see much fortune there, unfortunately. Just going to see this Bioforce split in a couple different directions. A couple more snipes on the Hydras. EMP onto the Infestors. Big push from Clem up to the top. However, Nidus does get up into the main base. So we are going to see Clem having to deal with this over on the other side of the map. And that is a bit of a factor as well. That is a little bit scary as those Banes keep trying to waddle on forward, so they're going to try and move on through. The Hydras are still nearby. They're going to keep chasing. These Marines going to have to keep running back. And the Overseers still overhead for the moment, as we do have baneling speed, +2 melee, +3 missiles. Again, all these bits and pieces continuing in for now. The Ghosts still going to swing their way through this Nidus. Going to knock that down. And yeah, Bio Ghost, Medivac coming around. Lurkers and Hydras keep on producing, just going to get the extra drones in production. The Langbane Hydra still gathering up. The Overseers still very much so overhead as well. So again, we keep those gathered just for the next little bit of time. Rolling a couple extra Banes, the +2 melee, +3 missiles. All of the good stuff continues through here as we just have ourselves this Bio Ghost tank force. Still stepping back around, so again, getting back into position for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Bio gathering, Ghost, tanks, libs, lots and bits of everything. All settling for the next little bit of time. So yeah, we got all of this finishing around. We do on the top side see a Nidus Network coming into play as well. Just going to get that up in the next few moments, so Nidus will finish and get that set. Again, +3 missiles, +2 melee. Going to be a big factor here as well. Still got that burrow coming through, the extra Lings on the way. Out on the right side, the Lingbane Hydra going to move about as well. A lot of units. The Liber's going to pull back over, so they're going to reposition for a little bit. A couple Spires coming up. And I've got Rogue aiming for a later stage of this game. Of course, he's up a game in this series, man. But if he was able to beat Clem here again, it would be him and Classic to fight for first place. But just beating Clem alone is kind of wild, because then it means that Clem would be third place in this group. And this is a competitive game right now, and Rogue has the series lead. So it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely plausible that this could happen. Hydra Bane coming through. Oh, gonna catch these medevacs as a Knight has popped up as well. Not all of them are full, so a couple go down. Nothing too major from Clem. Kind of just fine. He's building 3 new ghosts. He's getting nukes on the way, as that's the kind of game Wavebreaker has broken into. Big map here at the moment. Getting set up is something for us to watch on for sure. Just gonna see the Lingbane Hydra back into the center still, and do have this army regathering. And some frame issues, is that me? And my FPS is not looking too hot right now, guys. Gonna be seeing the, I think my PC's a bit hot actually. It's quick hot in the room again, unfortunately, as we are just gonna have the Hydra Bane coming down. Fungal Growth going in, the Infestors are gonna try and step forward. Liberator's gonna get sieged up, the tank going down, the Liberator gonna be picked off as well, so just gonna grab that, and we do have a few snipes. Obviously the massive Overseers can absorb quite a few snipes if necessary, and they are aiming to do that to the best of their ability at the moment, so trying to absorb those snipes, trying to handle that and all the rest as we see the Hydra Bane Overseer up to the top. Continue to move about. Just going to see a couple more command centers coming down into place. Again, +1 flyer attack upgrade, Carapace, +3 melee coming through. The Hydra's going to get in after the command center for a little bit. It's going to be seeing that CC moving away. A couple of rocks are going to expire. Marines and the Ghosts all gathering up as well, so getting those joined about. Just going to be seeing a couple of those Changelings going down as well, so just going to clean those up. And again, +3 melee, +1 flyer carapace, +1 flyer attack. All of these bits and bobs coming through. There's a couple more of these libs. We'll siege up over on this side as well. It's just going to get that set up. A couple creep teamers dropping, as we are going to see the Nidus in the main base is going to be under attack by a tank, so this one should not get through. It's been a very active game, a lot going on, a lot of consistency to try and make sure that things don't get out of hand at all. By Clem, you've got to make sure that main base does not actually get kind of broken through into or anything throughout this, right? So lots to kind of keep track of, lots to keep working with in these early stages. Hydra Bane regathering for the moment. Pulling back across, just going to see the CC floating over. Big push forward, Fungals. Parasitic Bombs all coming down. These Banes are going to try and jump forward as well. Just going to see a few of those Banes moving through. Not doing too much here. The Hydra's going to have to go back the other direction, so they're going to go back over that side. I'm just going to be seeing the, again, +3 melee, the +1 flyer carapace, +1 flyer attacks. 84 additional Zerglings also producing, by the way, as the Bio Ghost Force with some tanks as well continue to settle in. Just going to see everything else gathering. A couple Ghost tanks and Liberators will continue to produce, and we have ourselves Changelings just being targeted down as we speak. Tank after tank shot going in on those. The Ghosts and everything else pulling back down to the center with this planetary fortress. A lot of additional Banes coming through. Good scans coming about as well. Hydraling Bane all gathering up. The Overseers are going to be chilling overhead. And again, +3 melee coming online. Just seeing this army swinging back over that right side. Nidus Network continuing to come online as well. Just bringing that through for the moment. And continue to get that up into place. Overlords, Lings, Nidus Network, Spore Crawler. Like I say, a little bit of everything coming online right now as we just have the next Nidus finishing up on the right side. As Hatchery gets scanned, see the Lib can take a chance to step across here for a few moments as well. Just put some more pressure on as you see the Liberator continue to put some work in for now. Look is going to have to lift up and reposition. Just going to see a couple of the Ghosts trying to get involved. The Nidus will continue to be in some trouble here. So Nidus may be dropping in a moment or so. Got to be cautious about that. It's going to be seeing the Lingbane Hydra all stepping over. So again, we move through. Couple tank shots still firing in. The Ghost looking to snipe through a bunch of those Overseers. The Hydra's going to take a bunch of damage as well. Also got to be careful. Just, again, lots happening. You've got to be very cautious in some of these scenarios. Not to get overcommitted onto or anything. Upgrades coming through. Medevac, Liberator, tank continue to build. The army of Rogue will step back for a little bit as well. It's just going to be back toward the top side. It's going to be backing away on that for a few moments. We have another big push over to the left here. Going to go jump on toward this orbital. Minutes on Wavebreaker. Rogue looking for an opening. He's going to say that this might be it. It's mostly siege units that are here, so if you don't have anything to slow the advance down, you can kind of jump onto the siege units pretty quickly, and maybe you can actually see some success from this. So this was actually not terrible. The Lingbane coming around, the Planetary getting caught, the Hydra still pushing through. Going to get underneath and go after those Libs. The Libs do go down. Clem's supply plummeted. Rogue was not wrong. That was maybe the opening. Not only do you get the base, but you get the fight onto the army as well. You reset a lot of that army. That is massive. Wow, what a play out of... One awesome play, actually, out of... One awesome play out of... Oh, that is kind of wild. Just going to see a couple of Niduses popping up for a few moments, continuing through at the moment. Just going to see the few Ghosts going to go in after the hatchery. The Lings are going to come running forward. The Hydras are going to go for a little bit of a surge forward as well, trying to get involved. The rest of this army has to just step back a little bit. I'm just going to be seeing Ghosts, Libs, tanks continue to come by. +1 vehicle plane still coming up. Rogue going to surge forward. Rogue has money, so does Clem. Rogue's supply has dropped a little bit recently as he's continued to try and keep this pressure up. The Medevac's going to have to evacuate this position though, so another base going to go down. He actually unloads the Ghost back into this spot, so they're going to try and take this fight as the Hydras are cancelling a lot of the snipes. The Ghosts are just dying. I think that means that Clem has probably lost this fight and maybe then this game. If he can't stop Rogue right now, this is getting troublesome. It already is a bit troublesome. We're 22 minutes deep. This base is mined out. This base is fresh. This one's pretty mined out. Clem has very minimal amount of mining left over here, and that's going to be genuinely an issue in the long term of this game for sure. Hydra still stepping through. The Ling's going to be there. That's just going to be it. GG gets called. We're going to say that that is good enough. And it is going to be Rogue to 2-0 Clem on the day in the WardiTV TLMC. What a result that is going to be. What a result that is going to be. Alrighty, guys. We are going to go to Korea then for one final match today. It is going to be in the form of Classic versus Rogue. And it's going to be for a first place spot in this group. So just for... Amazing that it's going to come down to... They're both going to be guaranteed winner bracket, but obviously this just comes down now to seeding. Clem will start in the lower bracket of the tournament. Wow. That's actually kind of wild. That is actually kind of wild. Alright, we will settle in here, guys. A few moments, please. I'll get this ready to go. Get this hosted. Where are we at on the ads? We just started them. Perfect. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. Why do I need to switch servers if you're playing replays? Because I'm lazy. So I collect the replays on my second PC over here while the day's going on with my second account while I'm admin it as well. I just join the games. I just blindly join the games and just collect the replays. And it just means that when we it just means it's also kind of spoiler prevention, because instead of having to like copy paste the replays over and knowing how many I download, I just click on I go to the bottom of the replays on this screen, and I just click the next replay up every time. So I never know when we reach the top because I don't look at the top. I just click through. So yeah, it's kind of like laziness, but it's actually probably for the good, because it kind of prevents me from knowing how many replays there are. So yeah. So that's why we server hop for replays, because like I said, it just means that over there I don't have to mess around. What sometimes happens is when I say I have to transfer the replays, what oftentimes happens is that this account is still in game. And when that happens, this account, if it's in game with like a series that's still ongoing when we're ready to start replays on the main, is we can't host the replays with the other account. So then I have to send the replays over. And I typically just do that for one series. I typically actually only send one replay at a time, because I try and again keep it spoiler free. I send the first replay from the list, I send the second if it's needed, and if we have a game 3, I send another one. So sometimes that happens, but for the most part, it's just easier and a bit more convenient to host them on the server they get played in. So yeah, there is actually, believe it or not, a reason. like it's kind of being lazy. It is kind of lazy, but it's actually better to be lazy. So yeah, it's kind of better to be lazy. This time it benefits us. All right, we're going to go into At Eternity's Edge for this next game, Classic versus Rogue. Let's kick this off and get this started up. Get this one ready to play. In the bottom right-hand side, our Blue Zerg player. This is going to be Rogue, and he is up against Classic for a chance to win this group. For both of them, both 3-0 straight up. The winner is first place. No map score shenanigans needed here. Winner is going to take the first place and advance with that better seeding, but of course they're both going to have an upper bracket start in the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Let me get this ready to go. Alright, so we'll get started here in a few moments, get this all rumbling, figure out what we're going to have happen here between Classic and Rogue. You can see our probe moving through for a little bit, so stepping around a little. That's going to continue across the map for a few moments. Bring this into play. Seeing the drone chasing the probe around, so we just move over there for a little bit of action. Nothing super crazy just yet. Continuing through for, like I say, a few moments. Nothing too wild. Yeah, the drone just going to be chasing the probe back over in this direction. So just bring this back across for a little while. Get this set up. Adept coming through. Queens and the Lings all coming up as well. Lings will come through, probe will be chased, and obviously Stargate on the way up. Early game PVZ looking regular. Cool map, this one. I kind of like this one. I do think every map pool needs at least 1 or 2 maps, especially now we've got 9 maps in the map pool. I always feel like we need at least 1 or 2 maps where we have this kind of diagonal symmetry. Let me set up for a few moments here. That's going to be seeing the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming about. Link speed coming through, a few Lings and the drones coming over as well, so you bring this into action. Sorry, that pro's just patrolling. Let's have a look over here, maybe. Anything exciting happening? No, not really just yet. Just going to see the Adept is going to get jumped on for a couple seconds, gets that cleaned up as well. There's not much actually happening early for Classic. He's not going to find much value at all early on. Is it at Eternity's Edge, or do you not capitalize the at? No, you have to capitalize the at because it's the first word, right? I don't know why, but like, I can't explain it. But like, the first word has it capitalized because of it's in a name. If it was Eternity at Edge or something, then I would not capitalize the at, if that makes sense. I can't explain why. That's just what I do. That's just what I would do. Yeah. I don't really have a good explanation for it, like I say. I was going to see the feelings coming about. The Adept is going to be chased for a little bit. Actually going to try and get a catch on this for a few moments, so getting that into play right now. Get this started up and get this action packed. Going to see a couple of Adepts coming over, put some damage in. So far, so good. Yeah, see where we go in the next few moments then as we continue to bring this about for now. Just going to be having the step continuing through. Forge, Twilight Council both building. We got the triple Oracle flying in over here as well. So going to be bringing this straight over. Drones going down. Actually a pretty serious amount of damage being dealt over here, so it's pretty real for a couple moments. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade still coming through, the +1 attack and charge coming by, the couple extra gates are building. Big commitment in the middle of the map with these Adepts. Obviously no glaives or anything, but still a good amount of Adepts to just settle with initially, as we do have the Oracles coming by. Just going to be having again charging +1 coming about, that Temple Archives coming over for a few moments. Just going to see the Oracles will continue to move on through. Queen's going to be there. Oracles get turned around just for a couple of seconds. Well, there is the rest of this still coming about. Charging the +1. Continue to build into play with this for now. We got ourselves a good feelings on the map. Rogue playing that melee upgrade. Classic already just kind of stepping forward in this game anyway, though, and just kind of moving through. So getting this started and seeing where we end up moving to overall. Just going to see that Storm Charge and the +1 building into play for the moment. Melee upgrade still coming through. The couple of Oracles continue to fly by for a couple of seconds. Just going to pop a little bit more damage out as we take down a Creep Tumor. The Oracle still pulling back the other way. And just taking a couple of moments there. Trying to see what else is going on. Charge. Storm and the +1 upgrade continue to come by. And again, Adept Stalker Zealot's just going to gather up as well. The Ling's going to make a bit of a dive into this. It's going to try and get position. We're actually going to take this fight. I mean, do we really believe in the melee Lings so much? Apparently we do. And to be fair, it's working wonders. To be fair, I think a lot of this working wonders is probably down to the fact that, we just didn't have Storm yet. A few moments later, Storm would have been available. Maybe we could have gone into like a Archon or two as well. Would have just been massively useful without really doing much of anything. Instead, we ended up taking a lot of damage. Storm there, going to push the Lings back the other way. It's just going to see that turning out the other side. Zealots, High Templars, and the Stalker trying to come back in once again. The Lings and the Overseer are going to be hanging around for a moment as we have the rest of this coming back through. The Lings are going to go diving across to the other side of the map, so they're going to dive in as well. Away we go. Just going to come straight up to the top. Get this in position. Those probes are actually going to get chased, and they're going to get hunted down for a little bit as we just see the 16, 17 workers. Man, Rogue is just overwhelming here at Eternity's Edge. This is going all wrong for Classic now. High Templar going to try and chase up into the main. And so the Lings show up on the third, but at least we do get a warp in there to play a bit of defense. So that is nice. If something goes your way at least here, I guess, as Rogue. Sorry, as Classic. Something Rogue didn't have an answer for. Hydra Bane on the way up for the next round of this. Rogue on a good work account as well. Army supply is not crazy for Rogue, and maybe with some good defense, good defensive storms, maybe there'll be a possibility to do something else here and to kind of step back in this game a little, but not gonna lie, I'm not sure how much I'm loving this overall. We just see the Knight Templars coming about, just gonna be seeing the Archon and the Prism coming through. I'm just gonna see the Ling Bane Hydra again and wrap around on a couple of those units already. Nice storm at the top side, just gonna turn the Lings away as well, just gonna push those back for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Zealots diving forward. A few Hydras are going to be here as well. Just going to again chase this away for a little bit. Just going to see the Zealots still chasing through. The Hydra's going to keep going down. Again, good cleanup. Hydra's all dropping. Oracle trying to come back into play as well. Immortals and the Zealots still going to gather back in. So again, we regroup for a little bit. Comes back up top. A couple more of them morphing. The Immortals still coming through. So a lot more Lings coming back around this side. So just coming straight on over here for a couple of seconds. This Ling is going to keep busy for a couple of seconds here. It's just going to move over. He's going to come back around a few units on the bottom side. Just going to see those Archons continue to come about. Hydra's going to back away as well. This Archon's actually shredding for a little bit, so able to put some damage into place. Able to get quite a bit done for a few moments. Just going to see these Hydras still coming through. The Prism is setting up there as well, so just trying to keep involved. Do you have enough for Rogue to just break through this and protect the gold? He might not. Classic is kind of... Okay, as soon as the Zealots run out, yeah, he will have enough. The Prism should save 2 Immortals at least. So the Prism saves 2 Immortals. That will be pretty much all that gets saved here, though, for the moment. I'm just still chasing. Just going to push back into that for a couple seconds. Archon and the rest of this continue back around again. So again, we move over for just a few. Hydra Lings still gathering. The rest of the Lings are going to come moving back out once more, so they're going to get back over in this direction. You can see those Lings still moving around as well, so again, trying to see what else we can get up to for a few moments, just trying to move about, but not really finding too much success for now. Again, the Zealot on the way, a Templar coming through as well. Continue to bring this up for a few moments, just going to see the Immortal. And Archon still producing by also. So again, we continue to bring that into place. Again, Immortal, a couple of gates coming by, just going to be seeing the little bits of everything else coming through as well. This thing's going to get turned around by the Zealots. On the right side, the Hydras are already gathering up to come for a little bit more action. So expecting those to really get involved very shortly too as they come swinging around and looping into place. Expecting this to be a powerful moment or two shortly from Rogue as he sets up to basically just attack. I mean, Classic has hung on in there. Like I say, the Storms have definitely carried him to power some of those tech units, but Rogue, as he spreads out right now, looks to take a chance to maybe make a dive into this and to maybe make something happen. Bane's going to get stormed and forced back the other direction. Just going to be seeing the Hydra stepping through. A couple of Banes stepping up. The Templar's already taken some damage initially. A couple more Storms. Those Banes still looking to collapse in on everything else here. Oh my goodness, the Storms doing a lot. The Banes crashing into the Archons. These Hydras still going to be here, going to hold their own for a few moments. A couple of Zealots are still stepping forward. The Hydras will continue to fight. Just going to be seeing the Hydras. Are they enough? Man, again, the Zealots at the end of this, just combined with some of the Storm damage that happened throughout it, able to get some work done initially. Pretty crazy business as we just have the extra Ling Bane Hydra all producing +2 missiles on the way. Having the Knight Templars warping in there as well, continue to regather themselves for a few moments too. Archon morphing in, just going to be seeing a couple of those Archons morph then. The Nexus still coming about, Battery looking to try and get down. The Archons in the Forge continue to produce. Just going to be seeing Ling Hydra, +2 missiles, all continue to build for the moment. The Lings will still gather. Take a couple more moments. I'm just going to be seeing them pulling back down to the bottom. A couple creep teamers in, so we get a little bit more setup with that, which is nice. Let's do attack building. It's going to be seeing the Overlord speed. The Ling Bane still continue to come by as well. So again, getting a lot of that on the way up for the moment. Continue to bring this in. This +2 attack and the High Templar continue to go as well. It's going to be seen again +2 melee, the Overlord speed, all building up. Lings, Overlords producing for the moment. And a lot of that into play for now. Queen's going to pick the Zeld off over to the right side. And it's going to go down as well. As Queen's regathering for a few more moments. Again, +2 attack. The Prism continue to produce. +2 melee. The Burrow, Lings, and the Hydras still building. And we have ourselves the Lingbane Hydra moving back up over here. Once again, coming straight into position. Just going to take a chance to go diving over toward this Nexus already. So, going to dive into this. It's going to see the Lings are going to take a turn, jump onto the Stargate. And then Hydras and the Banes just in the mineral lines. I mean, there's just 22 probes dead from the Classic. So, again, his economy is in tatters. He's playing a game where he's trying to, recover the whole time. But recovering the whole time does not necessarily set you up for greatness, plain and simply, right? At the end of the day, it's going to be pretty rough in that regard. So it's definitely an issue as we just see the Nexus going down. A lot of the rest of this being gathered up as well. And again, +2 melee, Lings, Banes, all continue to produce through for the moment. That +2 coming about as well. So bringing that into action here. It's a little extra bonus for us in the grand scheme of things. Lingbane Hydra coming about. Zealot Archon Immortal coming over as well. Just going to work their way over to the left-hand side, and there's a hatchery here we can obviously jump onto pretty comfortably. He's just going to knock that down as well. Nice catch. Again, +2 melee coming about. The Hydra Bane ready to turn onto this army. The Zealots are so close. Oh my goodness, the Banes just blow up on something. I mean, they're going to get stormed to death, but they actually do connect still, so they still deal their damage. And that's the important part. You still deal your damage. If you're dealing your damage, you're happy. Good Banelings, good job. Thumbs up, pat on the head. You did your duty here. You did what you were meant to do. Now we're going to keep rolling through. The Banes, Lings, kind of melting to the splash damage, but Classic supply is not good. And of course, he's got almost zero rebuild behind this at this point. We're finally at the point where this probably is actually going to be a very difficult kind of return in the game for Classic, where this is just all in. And surely then, if this is just all in, Rogue can just send this and he should just be fine. You would think. You would think. Like I say, I guess I don't want to make the statement just yet. It's been a bit of a wild game, but Rogue, I think, is indeed going to get there. As we have some final touches to this army, the Hydras are going to get the job done. Plain pick off, and that is going to see Rogue victorious in map 1. So Rogue off to the races for the chance. I mean, honestly, not just the chance to win this group, the chance to win this group without dropping a freaking map. It's kind of wild. Shin won his group yesterday, but he dropped a map in every series that he played. Still won, got first place, he went 4-0. Just dropped a map in every series. Rogue is looking to do it without dropping a map all day long. If he can beat Classic in Game 2, that is a pretty wild statement, guys. That is a pretty wild statement, plain and simple. That is nuts. All right, let's get this going. In just a second, just get everyone invited in, and we get this. We're ready to rumble. Alrighty, guys. This off in just a moment. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Perfect. Let's go. Let's see what could be our last game here. Could be our last game of the day. Cool. Just making sure the YouTube is added. We are good, I think. We are good. All right, let's send it, guys. Let's do it. Let's StarCraft it up. In at the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg. This is going to be Rogue. And he is a map away from having an undefeated day in a hell of a group. Clem, Classic, Skillus, and Lambo. Like, that is not a bad collection of players. In fact, that's a very good collection of players. Plain and simple is the reason Rogue was not the top seed himself or something in this group. That's actually really, really wild. Alright, so we get this on the gateway, get set up for a few moments. See what is about to happen. Oh, what a set of games so far as we get through into this. Get this continuing. Let's see what happens next here. Again, hatch, gas, and pool all coming about. Just going to see the gateway is on the way. The probe is producing. Bring a lot of this around for the next few moments. I'm following Overlord, but yeah, there ain't much going on. Until the Cybercore is done, then we might get a bit more of an idea of what happens here on Defender's Lab. I think this is the most played map of the TLMC so far. It's definitely up there. I think maybe Rainfall is. I think Defender's Lab has seen a good amount of play as well, though, so it's definitely been one of the popular maps in this map pool that we've been playing on. It's very, like I say, always cool to see kind of which maps end up being popular, which maps end up being, you know, all of these kind of different questions and everything getting answered, so it's always very cool. As Lings, Queens, the drone continue to come about. Just going to see the Overlord out the front of the natural of Classic, keeping an eye on things for a few moments. Ling, Queen, Ling, Speed. Coming through, a couple of drones building by. And yeah, the Warp Gate coming about, Stargate coming through, Nexus and the Adept and the Probe. Continue to build for a little bit. Just going to see the couple of Lings going to push that Probe back down over this direction as well. For now. So yeah, Lings be coming through, Hatchery, Queen continue to come about as well. Just going to see the Adept and the Warp Gate. Continue to build. No Old Sun Temple today, Sag. Yeah, well, like I say, hopefully we can get some of the different maps in tomorrow. Now I know which maps are very popular. When I make the map pools for tomorrow, there'll be certain maps will not be getting played in Group C, let's just say that. How dare you be so consistently good everyone wants to pick you, is basically the memo. As per usual. As per usual. Kind of funny, really. Cold Queens gather, Cryptium is settling down. Just going to be seeing the Ling Speed and the Lings and the Queen coming through. Hatchery continuing up. Couple of those depths just going to go shading up toward the top side a few moments here. A couple Queens building, drones, Oracle, Warp Gate continue to produce by for the moment. Do the pros care about that? What day they play when they have to use the leftover maps? I don't think they realize. I don't think that. Well, maybe they realize that some of the maps are missing, but like, yeah, none of them. I mean, none of them seem to try and avoid the later days of the tournament. I don't know. I think they just take the maps they're given and they just work with them. You know. As yo, Q-Dog, thanks so much for the 500 bits. At the end of the day, if the map's not being played, your opponent probably didn't want to play it either. You know, like there's that kind of possibility, and you still get some veto scenario, right? Like. At the end of the day, it's like we lose, what, maybe 3 or 4 maps won't be in the map pools at all tomorrow. So you just take away those kind of bigger ones, and it's like, it's still very varied. And if we still then obviously don't get them played, like I say, once we get to playoffs, we'll start forcing a few maps into play as kind of map 1 of a series and stuff like that in the bigger best-ofs. Makes sense when we've got the space to do that. We can be a bit more adventurous with it at that stage. A couple points going to be there, pushing the oracles away to the sides. Just going to push those back for a little bit. Charging the +1 coming through. The Nexus, the Gateway, and the Robo facility all continue to come about as well. Just bringing a lot of that into place. And again, the Overlords and the drones continue to produce. So oracles gather. The Zerglings moving. Just going to take it easy for a couple seconds here and get set up. Again, drones continue to produce by for a little bit, so get that set up as well. Just going to see the Adept's going to be able to push the Lings back a little bit, and just going to be seeing the Roach, Roran, hatcheries, and the rest continuing through as well. So a lot of that continuing into place just for the moment. Continue to get that going right about now. Yeah, that's still building through. Just going to be seeing the drones and the Lings continue to produce by for the moment. So a lot of this just coming into place. Again, Prism charge, +1 attack continuing by at the moment. And away we continue this game with not really much going on. I guess with the charge and the Prism and the gates, we might actually see a bit of action here from Classic soon at least. So maybe not too far from something like this. On the right side, the Ling's going to come over. I'm just going to be stepping those through for a couple of seconds. I mean, waiting for these ready to counterattack obviously could be big. Rogue's seen a lot of success in the last few weeks, just in general, from kind of counterattacks and all that kind of stuff, so he's been a very active player, always looking to cause chaos, always looking to disrupt the opponent. Trying to make his opponent have weaknesses by the activity he presents on the map a lot of the time is kind of how I see Rogue's kind of game plan. Gonna see those Lings going to end up running in here, so they're just going to dive straight through. Have to get active straight away. I'm just going to see the Probe's going to get chased out of here. The Archons and the Zealots are going to get busy jumping onto the Queens and the Roaches right now as well. It's going to come straight through and chase them. There goes one Queen, there go the others. Lots of damage being dealt just initially here. Again, +1 missiles, Groove Swine, and the Roach Beam all coming up. A couple of Archons going to get active onto this mineral line. A few drones already dropping down dead. And again, the Storm, the Immortal, the Nexus, all of that building just for the moment. Hydra Den gonna get that Groove Spines. The Roach Speed and the +1 missiles coming up. Also, the Queens are there to push the Prism back away. A couple of the Archons dropping down, just going after the Overlord. Now going after those drones, still on the hunt to try and take him out. Not quite gonna get there in the end. And Queen's still gonna be here, so we come back over. Hydra, Ling, building straight through. And missile upgrade coming up. Just going to get that on the way as well. Keep bringing that over for now. Ling's in production. Hydra's, Ling's, Overlord's coming through. Sorry, fight starting up on this bottom side. Oh my god, did I miss the start of this? Ah! Rogue is going to be coming through these Roaches and these Hydras. Is this going to end the game? I think it might be game ending. Obviously, Classic playing off of a lacking third, because that fell before, and now this situation definitely not ideal, to say the very least. No, definitely not ideal. Hydras and the Roaches just going to continue through. Stalker's going down. The Probes keep dropping. Going to play cleanup on this. That's going to be GG, and that is going to get it done. And that is going to be us with Rogue on a 2-0. Let me just take it back to the start of this fight, guys. Just feel like I missed the very beginning of this. But, yeah, okay, not really. Classic just doesn't have much left over at this point already. And those Lings getting that base while this is trying to go on. Just not enough. It's just not good enough. At the end of the day, it is needing to be more than that, I think. GG's, and that is going to get it done, guys. That is going to be our games here in the WardiTV TLMC Group B as we get this going. Yeah, sorry the observing's not great, guys. The problem is nowadays I use everyone else's cameras so much, my observing got worse. So I apologize that the observing is absolutely a little bit lower tier than it used to be. Because I've just not done it in a while, and then now we're doing it kind of on long days as well. It's bad. I appreciate it's not great. So sorry. I apologize. And like I say, I appreciate you guys for putting up with it. Thanks so much for watching, guys. It's been a pleasure. I hope you have a great rest of your day. We'll be back tomorrow with Group C. Hero, Showtime, Bunny, Percival, and Yakov. I'm going to get that set up and get that all ready to talk about. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm just going to copy paste a couple maps into pretty much every single series tomorrow. There is one which has not been played a single time, Voidstorm. It's going in every series tomorrow. and we will see it. I mean, maybe it ends up getting played by every single player tomorrow. Maybe it gets played by every single player. But if that's the case, then so be it. We can do that. We're allowed to do that. What other maps need some love? Yeah, there's a few maps with less plays. There's a couple maps with a lot of plays, so... Awesome, guys. I appreciate you all. I'll see you tomorrow for more StarCraft 2, okay? You guys take care of yourself, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.